14th through October 28th. So you do get these and such in case you'd like to participate, but I wanted to remind you that those are out there for your review. We have some great news on a couple punts, one on an award and one on initiatives moving forward. The first one, the Ada County Highway District was recently awarded the 2021 Idaho Planners Association GEM Award for the Livable Streets Performance Measures and such. So Commissioner Goldthorpe, I'm going to...
Make a small one for Ryan.
Let's give that one to Ryan.
As you know, Commissioners, we work very hard to ensure that our team members are recognized or have the opportunity to be recognized in all sorts of different awards. And most recently, the Compass Annual Awards did close out. And I shared with you one of the nominees earlier, Lisa Brady, for the Volunteer of the Year. And I want to let you know that we have nominated the Livable Streets Stress Reduction process that Ryan and group did for the Ada County project. And so we'll see how that all plays out and such as we go forward. More good news, I had the opportunity to sit down with leadership in Commuteride and of course our bicycle and pedestrian coordinator. And they have come up with some great initiatives that I've approved and that we're moving forward on. I'd like to share a couple of those with you. First off, and this has been coordinated with our partners, BEST, and such across the Ada County. First off, we're going to improve the bicycle parking capacity and design here at the building. To start with, my thought is we're going to do this for all of our operations moving forward, but I'd like to see how it works here first. And if you've been to the courtyard, you saw the bullpen where we have our bike set and stuff. Well, we're going to put in better bike racks and such that better facilitate people getting in, getting out, more convenient for them. We're going to install a bicycle repair facility right out front and such. This will support not only our bicyclists here, but those that bicycle to the headquarters. And again, as a pilot project, we'll see how this goes because, again, my intent is to have these set up at Adams, Cloverdale, and Orchard, and not just here at the headquarters, because that green belt is right around the corner from the folks at
Bruce,
Orchard. Yes.
I think if we let the Garden City know about the one here, and they could push it out to and get more use.
No, absolutely correct, Commissioner, and we will be doing that as we put these things together. We're going to modify the curb ramp coming up to the building to make sure number one it's ADA compliant, but the same token to provide easier access for our bicycle community here when they're coming into the building or leaving the building with all sorts of stuff hanging off their bikes and such. This is a safety issue in my mind. I learned something. We try to learn something every day, but I learned that VRT offers an annual pass to groups for all the rides you want to take on the bus all year long for $5 and such. So we will be purchasing those passes for the entire organization to encourage people to, I guess, give people a different choice on commute operations and such. And this is coordinated with the BEST committee and VRT across the board. But we're also going to be providing a stipend, a small stipend for those people using Vanpool to encourage people to increase their transportation decisions. Our team will be doing a car-free bike to work day initiative here in the near future. We'll provide 2 annual bike commuter breakfasts and bike repair days. And then we're also looking at the education part of this in the community to conduct 2 bicycle-focused education classes per year and conduct annual employee transportation surveys on this. Now, the cost of this is minimal. It really is. And so again, this was a great initiative brought to us by our Commuteride team and our bicycle and pedestrian coordinator and of course, the rest of the community that we partner with here. So as the Ada County Highway District, hopefully we continue to set a standard for others when it comes down to that motto up there that says we drive quality transportation for all Ada County, anytime, anywhere. And I think this will be a great addition to all the great things that your staff already does when it comes down to all the different things that we've been looking at today. So with that, and I did put your impact fee report in front of your desk. So with that, commissioners, that's my administrative update for today. I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Director, I just want to commend you and our Commuteride team for brainstorming and sharing those really great ideas. And I just thank you for pursuing them. I think these make really great sense and just really thankful for it.
All right.
Quick
Then-
question, someone was called me up and asked me, did we intend to have more than just a statement on the agenda on our work sessions? There's 3 references to PDFs, but when you open them, they're just.
Sir, I didn't understand the word you said.
So, on the agenda online, it says PDF for, the winter maintenance, impact fee, and integrated 5-year work plan, but when
Yes.
you clicked on them, it didn't open anything but just, there'll be a discussion. Was there supposed to be more?
You're having work sessions today on that.
True. Was there supposed to be more, of a report, attached?
I don't think we attached the briefings. No, we did not.
So so it's just kind of odd that you'd click on something and then basically it shows a blank staff report.
Okay, we'll look at that.
So, it's kind of,
There's
Yes.
no actual writing.
Yeah.
This is done when we publish it together, because there is no presentation.
Right.
There's no-
okay, well,
All right, then we will kind of recess until 12 o'clock. Thank you. No, they had it on their agenda or calendar for next week, so they couldn't show.
all right.
Scott?
You're gonna select your PowerPoint and then
Mr. President, Commissioners, it's now 12 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ada County Highway District Regular Commission meeting. We begin with the Pledge of Allegiance and would invite you to participate. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Again, welcome. We'll begin the meeting with, I'll solicit a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we approve the agenda. Do we need to make adjustments?
No,
now,
not yet.
or-
That's the next motion.
I move that we approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Now on to the consent agenda, and items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by just one motion. There will be no separate discussions on these items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda. And all consent agenda items are action items unless otherwise noted. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move to approve the consent agenda with one amendment to defer item number 4 to next week.
Is there a second?
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. And we will get to our regular agenda items. The first is Resolution 2368, which is a proposed vacation of Kendall Street west of Orchard Street to the terminus at a parking lot. And it is a public hearing, and we will hear from staff now, Don Battles, from our Development Services.
President Gothorpe, Commissioners, for the record, Don Battles, Development Services. This is a public hearing for the vacation request of Kendall Street. The vacation is requested by Orchard Partners for Kendall Street, west of Orchard Street to the terminus at a parking lot. The appraised value for Kendall Street is $101,000, and the applicant has agreed to pay this amount to ACHD if approved. This is the first process of a long-term plan to create safer access and parking lot circulation between several businesses, including the ACHD Orchard office. Furthermore, it will give the property owner the ability to manage parking lot redesigns, reduce cut-through traffic, and eliminate the confusion of a short segment of public right-of-way terminating at a parking lot. The red dashed lines depict the proposed vacation area totaling approximately 0.31 acres. The green highlighted rooftop represents a previously demolished building. This is the area post the demolished building that was shown on the previous slide. Staff recommendation is to adopt and sign resolution number 2368, authorizing the abandonment vacation of the public right-of-way as Kendall Street does not serve the general public. I will stand for any questions.
I have no questions because I wholeheartedly agree.
Mr. President, I have a
Yes.
question. Don, could you go back to the map? So I'm familiar with this area too, and I'm just wondering though, so there's still gonna be public access to get into the parking lot in these buildings from that northern access point, is that correct? Or no?
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner Pickering, they are not going to close that access for a while. It's a 10-year, long-year plan.
Okay.
Somewhere there will be access from Orchard near Kendall Street. It will just no longer be public right-of-way.
Okay, and nothing's going to change with the sidewalk there that goes against Orchard or anything like that, correct?
Along Kendall Street, I am not sure what their plan is. They're talking about adding more parking there. Nothing will happen to the sidewalk on Orchard Street.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but there's some good access. People utilize that sidewalk to get to Orchard. So I wouldn't want that to change, because it looks like they still have plenty of room for parking, but who knows? So do you know what the plan is, if they're going to remove those sidewalks?
I do not know.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes.
yeah, Don, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this coming forward. One would wonder why it didn't come forward when the other part of Kendall was vacated that extended to Hilton. And I assume that was done when the on-ramp was built and it made it difficult to connect. You couldn't connect Kendall all the way across. So why ACHD hung on to that piece of property that we've had to maintain. I believe the property on all sides is privately owned, but the state leases, just like we lease some of that property. Is that right?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, thanks. And you don't know when it was that the other part of Kendall was vacated before they built that parking lot over towards Hilton?
Commissioner Hanson, I do not.
I'm
Before my time.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it was probably about the time that they remodeled those buildings up there, somewhere in the late 80s, early 90s. But thank you for bringing this forward. I want to see a lot of these pieces of property. There's no reason for the public to maintain if they're basically being used for a private purpose. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Don?
Yeah, Mr. President, if I may?
Yes.
Don, just for my reference, where is the next nearest public right-of-way extending west from Orchard Street in this vicinity? So nothing until Irving Street. All the others are private drives. In this area, we don't have a public right-of-way going west in this segment of Orchard.
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner McKinney, that is correct. Irving Street is the next public right-of-way from Orchard.
Okay,
And Fairview to the north.
right. Okay, thank you.
One of the interesting things about this particular group of buildings is that, this is my opinion only, none of them are destinations for pedestrians. So to come in off of Irving Street, which is where 95% of them come in right now anyway, is probably a good idea. We'll continue.
Mr. President, if I might, just want to add that one of the most important features I think that ACHD added to this segment was the red flashing beacon there halfway down. You can sort of see it because in fact the green belt starts there, and there's a lot of state employees and others who cross and then go down the green belt, and it's a low stress access to downtown. And that connection, Kendall Street, was irrelevant because some of them were dashing across at Kendall beforehand, but once we put that in, it is heavily used. And if you go there during lunch hour, you see a lot of people using that crossing, and I think that's one of the things I'd like to see more of. So that's a much more preferable design, yeah.
All right. Are there any, Mary, do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you, Don.
Okay, then we'll go ahead now and ask if there's anyone here I don't see anyone who's signed up to address this. Is there anyone on Zoom or here in attendance that would like to speak to this particular item? Seeing none, then we will close this public hearing and the matter is before the commission for discussion and a motion.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I would move that we approve Resolution 2368, proposed vacation request of Kendall Street, west of Orchard Street to the terminus at a parking lot.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Then this motion carries. Item number 2 is a preliminary plat for a development called Para Place. It is a request for approval. And we will hear again from Don.
President Gothorpe, Commissioners, for the record, Don Battles, Development Services. This is a decision briefing for Para Place Subdivision. This is a preliminary plat application with the City of Meridian and is before you today at the request of the Commission and because staff is recommending that the applicant enter into a cooperative development agreement with ACHD. The site is located on the east side of Black Cat Road and north of Daphne Street. This development is estimated to generate 595 vehicle trips per day, with 63 of those vehicle trips in the PM peak hour. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plat to allow this for the development of 65 single-family lots and 8 common lots on 10 acres. This application meets all ACHD policies and standards, and the applicant and staff are in agreement on all findings for consideration and site-specific conditions of approval. This application would typically be approved at staff level. However, staff is recommending the applicant enter into a cooperative development agreement with ACHD to improve an adjacent off-site segment of Black Cat Road with sidewalk to fill in a gap. Currently, the east side of Black Cat Road consists of sidewalk from the site's north property line to Gondola Drive. South of the site, ACHD has required the construction of sidewalk with Brody Square and Daphne Square subdivisions. Between the site and Brody Square subdivision, there is a parcel on Black Cat Road that has not been developed that will leave a 190-foot sidewalk gap once the adjacent subdivisions construct sidewalk. Therefore, staff has recommended the applicant coordinate with the adjacent property owner regarding right-of-way dedication, and ACHD will enter into a cooperative development agreement with the applicant to construct off-site sidewalk if the owner is willing to dedicate right-of-way. This will provide continuous sidewalk on Black Cat Road from McMillan Road to Gondola Drive. Pleasant View Elementary School is located on Gondola Drive east of Black Cat Road. The applicant is not required to enter into the agreement for off-site improvements, but has already been in contact with the adjacent property owner regarding the right-of-way dedication. There is also connectivity internally between the developments and the school site. Staff recommends approval of the staff report as written. I will stand for any questions.
Don, I would just like to thank our staff for going way ahead of the 8 ball on this sidewalk gap problem with the idea of the development agreement with this developer to solve a problem. And I hope that they agree to it. We're not, conditioning their preliminary plat approval or anything like that. But just publicly, I would like to thank you and your staff for doing this. Are there any other questions or comments for Don?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes.
Echo Commissioner Goldthorpe's sentiments as well. And I just wanted to ask, if this cooperative agreement does go into place, would the sidewalk gap and the required but yet constructed sidewalk portion, would those be built together and at the same time, or do we just not know what the timing would be of those 2 different sections?
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner Pickering, it would most likely happen at the same time as Para Place.
Okay, that's great.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah,
Thanks,
Mr.
Don.
President, just quickly, the other adjacent development that's to the southwest along Black Cat Road, what is its timing for development relative to the timing of this Para Place project? Are they going to be built contemporaneously? What is the one further ahead than the other? Where do we stand?
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner McKinney, Brody Square just had a vacation a couple weeks ago approved, so I'm assuming they will start moving quickly, but I do not know the date.
Okay, so it sounds like the two will roughly be going along mostly contemporaneously. Okay,
A
so
hard
then,
question to answer.
okay, in that case then, so we're not looking to the other developer for any action relative to the sidewalk gap. Is that simply because the existence of the gap wasn't really an issue until the Paraplace development came along? Is that a fair
Correct.
statement? Okay, all right. And again, it's not a condition of approval, it is simply a request.
Correct.
And the cost of the sidewalk, though, the cost of the right-of-way and the sidewalk, if it's agreed, will be a shared cost between the developer and ACHD, or?
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner McKinney, the right-of-way will be purchased at fair market value by ACHD. I am not actually positive how the cost of the sidewalk works out.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mary?
Mr.
Thank you,
President,
Don.
I just have one last comment. And,
Yes.
Don, I just thank you again. And I would just urge the developer, if they are tuning in or come back, I would just urge them to enter into this agreement, just because we know how many neighborhoods reach out to us when they move into a neighborhood and there is a sidewalk gap and they're like, why did this happen? We can't walk our kids to school. It just elevates the value of your property and your development and the safety of your residents. So I just would urge that developer to enter into this agreement.
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner Pickering, the developer is very, very interested. It's the owner that has to agree to dedicate the right-of-way.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I'll make one last comment because of these sidewalk gaps. In my particular district, a couple of years ago, on the corridor generally between Cloverdale and Cole Road along Lake Hazel, the majority of that $3 million that was spent on gap projects, those little projects were pretty much done in that area. And I think it's made a humongous difference in whether or not the kids can go to the middle school or the elementary school without being in their mom's cars. And these are little things that happen, we hope, more often, but all the time, that we want to see continue to happen so that congestion isn't as big a problem as it's becoming. And with that, I'll thank you very, very much for this. And
Mr. President,
yes,
I just want to thank Don. I would echo the comments. I think it's really important that we demonstrate that we look at systems systemically. I appreciate that there's a reference in the staff report to the AASHTO guides for bike facilities and the FHWA designing sidewalks and trails access. What I'd love to see going forward is a reference to our own performance measures for bicycle and pedestrian levels of stress, because that reinforces that we have a system, as that award attests, in place for measuring and understanding. The reference was and we know we count trip generation, but that was trip generation for cars. And clearly the demand for that sidewalk isn't about trip generation for cars, it's about trip generations for people to be safe. And if it's not a safe access point, then it'll have a bad level of stress under our performance measures. So it's just another way of pleading up for us to incorporate that. And I know we're going in that direction, and the more we can, the better we'll be. I hope in future, totally unrelated, that Black Cat doesn't get to be 5 lanes. I know that's on the master street map. We got a new interstate basically being built, it's Highway 16 to the west, and we got 10 Mile to the east. So the demand for a 5 lanes on Black Cat right next to these kids is probably not there. But that's for another day. In the meantime, we'll get this sidewalk finished, and hopefully our level of traffic stress for walking and biking to that school, at least on that segment, will improve. Thank you very much.
okay, again, Don, thank you. And
Mr. President, I'm
Well,
sorry, I don't mean to
we're not
belabor this.
done yet.
This isn't really a question, this is more of a comment. Well, no, I take that back, it is a question. Now that I think about it, we have, going forward, decided that we want to do multi-use pathways. are these sidewalks just standard 5-foot sidewalks? And presumably, their positioning is with an offset that's intended to allow for the ultimate section of this, of Black Cat Road in this area, I presume, right?
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner McKinney, you are correct.
And so are these going to be standard 5-foot sidewalks, or are these going to be our multi-use pathways?
This is the 5-foot wide sidewalk, detached.
Okay, and it makes me wonder, if we want multi-use pathways as our standard going forward, why would we not, in an area that's just getting, sidewalks put in, why would we not want to go that route here? This is a question I don't know if you can answer, but it's partly a question for the commission and for the rest of staff. If that's the standard going forward, why are we not proposing that here? Sidewalk is good, of course, but
Have we considered purchasing sufficient right-of-way for that if the owner would agree?
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner McKinney, our policy only allows require 5-foot wide detached sidewalk. We can ask for the 10-foot, but we cannot require it per policy.
okay.
Gary's there to offer some sage advice and wisdom.
President Goldthorpe, Commissioners, I was just going to say what Don had said, that we haven't changed the policy yet. We're working on an interim policy to bring to you for your consideration on arterial roadways. Until that time, all we can require is what's in the adopted policy today. So that's what we're doing, and it does match the rest of the corridor that is built out with 5-foot detached sidewalks today.
Right, yeah. But of course, going forward, it makes me think that policy needs to be, we need to talk about that and figure out, because if we've got developments going on that are building it in a way that ultimately we want it to be different, why wouldn't we just, start with what we want ultimately instead of something else that's gonna make it more difficult for us down the line, or more costly, etc. So,
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Excellent comment.
All right, then thank you, Don.
Sure.
A lot of big bumpers.
If you leave the building, we won't be able to ask anything. Okay. Anyway, with that, we do have the request for approval before us. Is there anyone here that would like to address it besides Don, here or on Zoom? Okay, then the matter is before the commission for approval or not.
Mr. President,
Yes,
I move that we approve the Paraplace preliminary plat as presented.
is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you very much. We are now done with our regular agenda, and we will, the last item is public communications. We have 3 individuals signed up to give us some testimony or information or ask questions. The first one is John Heimer. John, if you'd come forward and tell us your name and your address and the matter that you'd like to discuss.
Thank you. I'm John Heimer, address 4201 North Blue Wing Place, Boise, Idaho, 83714. First of all, I want to thank the commission for the job they do. You get pulled and pushed many directions. I don't make many guarantees in life, but I will guarantee you, I'm never going to run for your job. You have a tough one. Everybody has a comment about everything. But today, I want to talk about speeding on Cartwright Street. Just for your information, Bogus Basin Road and Hill Road intersect. North of there, about a mile, is Cartwright Street. Cartwright Street starts between a Mormon church and Simplot Hill and goes to the north out to Hidden Springs. So we know where we are. There's a lot of speeding on Cartwright Street just because of the nature of the street. There's few intersections. You're headed out of town, and it's ridden a lot by motorcyclists, bicyclists, things like that. Probably the traffic has doubled on that street in the last 20 years, but please don't quote me on that because I can't tell you for sure, because of the development of hidden springs and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of speeding on that street. And I've contacted the Boise Police Department numerous times and asked them for help to solve that problem. And they have. They've been most gracious. But they're limited in assets, just like everybody else. And they can't be there all the time. One officer, just a few weeks ago, wrote 9 tickets there in 1 hour. 9 tickets in an hour. He could have probably written more if he wasn't so busy writing tickets. You know, so we have a lot of speeding that goes on. Speeding primarily headed out of town, not in town, because the traffic stops at Bogus Basin Road. So I wrote an email to a traffic engineer here, John Watson, a while back. And I asked him if we couldn't, what we could do about it. The police officer, Jones was his name, said I should contact you guys. I should contact your engineering department. And I was informed that to put up one of those little speed signs that's about 1 foot by foot, to stand about 7 feet in the air, it would cost $60,000. And we didn't have the money at this time for it. Then my other option was there's a speed sign just like it on Bogus Basin Road, to move that speed sign up on Cartwright. And the comment was that there was a lot more traffic on Bogus Basin Road and it was needed there. And I agree, not a problem. But I guess what I'm asking you folks, or what I'm telling you, is I think there's a speeding problem there. Going out of town, not in town, going out of town. And I think that problem could be addressed very easily by one of those speeding signs, a little radar sign that shows your speeding. And I think someplace in your jurisdiction, there could be one of those signs that could be put up there for less than $60,000. And that's all I'm asking. A simple request for a sign to put up there to stop the speeding on that road. The speeding is, like I say, going out. The sign could be located a half a mile uphill from the fire department or Simplot Hill on the road. And I think it would go a long way to just let people know what their speeding is. The road now is 35 going uphill, 30 going downhill, which is fine, no problem. You know, but all I'm asking is a way to reduce that uphill speeding that so often occurs there with people going out of town. Here we go, let's go. And one way is a simple sign that you have all over town. I think that sign could be used there more efficiently than another place somewhere in your jurisdiction to put up there so that people would recognize their speed limit and maybe reduce it just a little bit. That's all I'm asking.
John, thank you. I'm going to give you a little bit of a history of Cartwright Road in that area. Before our 2 newest commissioners were here, we've had a number of opportunities to discuss that segment from one development perspective or another. always with this problem in mind. And I don't recollect some of the things that had perhaps been decided to happen on Cartwright Road. But it's narrow, it's got some steep sides, limited amount of space to expand, and just a tough one. And you've come here without a demand to dig the mountain away, without, I mean, you wouldn't be surprised, but we get those kinds of requests every once in a while. There is a problem there, and something that we should, as a commission, I can promise you we will address. I don't know exactly how, but I know when. It'll be between now and our first quarter budget adjustment, the first of the year. I'm probably the commissioner that asks for the most small things on this dais. By that, I mean signs like that, lights like that, hawk signals, stripes, and those sorts of things. And we always find a way to do it. But we discuss it first, and we talk with the people who are impacted, and you're most impacted, and you probably have expressed it as well as anyone could. In fact, maybe we can give you a retainer to bring you here for the next time we talk about a development out there, because you've done a great job. But anyway, that's just my 2 bits on this, and I can tell you it has not fallen on deaf ears.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I just want to thank Mr. Heimer for coming in here. I know that's a real problem up there, and it's a heavily used road. And a lot of those people that are going out of town, they're going up there to recreate, and they're also coming back. So it's fast becoming not quite as traveled as Bogus Basin Road, but it is definitely an issue. So I am definitely in support of finding some sort of solution out there so we can mitigate some of this traffic problem that we're seeing with the speeding. There's so many kids, there's schools. I think it really is something that needs to be on our radar, and I would support trying to work with Mr. Heimer and our staff to find something that we can possibly do up there. But thank you so much for coming in and bringing this to our attention, and we will be in touch.
Mr. President.
Thank you, folks, and I think you're doing a great job. Like I say, you won't have any competition from me for your
Well,
job.
that's good. You're in my district, so that's
Okay.
John, I think somebody else wants to thank you as well.
Yeah, Mr. Heimer, I just want to thank you for coming here and telling us about it and doing all of that other work and bringing in Boise PD. I don't know how much those signs cost, but I can guarantee you they don't cost $60,000, right, Director? So whatever was lost in translation there, just know that.
And my point is, maybe there's another one that it would be more valuable on Cartwright than another place.
Yeah, there's
It
several.
would be very easy to move one of those signs, I would think, but that's you guys' job, and I appreciate your work you do, and you're doing a great job, and I thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Mr. President, I just want to thank Mr. Heimer too. I've been in this valley a long time and know when Cartwright Road was basically just a country road in the foothills. And then we had the big development at Hidden Springs, and now we're getting more big development over in Dry Creek. And I think those developers, if they knew the fees that they paid for the impacts of those developments, could go to help protect the neighborhoods to improve that road to reduce speeding, so that it wouldn't come out of our property tax. It'd actually be part of the impact of growth, pays for the impact. And that's one I want to invite you to continue to participate and say, impact fees should help pay for some of these things. This road is turned from an old country road to a major access cut-through road for big developments, and they should help to pay for some of those costs. So stay involved.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I would like to ask staff, I know we've got those portable speed trailers that we'll put out intermittently. Do we have something like that that's available that we could maybe do something here in the short term and just an attention grabber? Okay, super. Thank you, Director Wong.
Hey, John,
Thank
Thanks
you
for
guys,
coming.
you do a great job.
I think
I
you
really
did what
appreciate
you
your
accomplished
effort.
what you wanted to.
Appreciate your efforts.
We'll be
Thanks
in
again.
touch. Thank you.
All right, we have another John Crowley, that would like to address us. And if you could, the same thing, your name and your address, and
Hi, Commissioners.
I'll bet you're hoping it's gonna go as easy for you as it did for the other John.
Let's see, yeah. I hope at the end of today, you're not thinking that we're asking to dig out mountains or. So anyways, John Crowley. I live at 328 North Hillview in Boise with my wife. And I am here today on behalf of the East End Neighborhood Association and our Transportation Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity for me to come here today, and as well, thanks Stacy for laying out the land here on the process. Our members,
Sorry.
glasses.
Just so you know, John, you got an audience of about 50.
Okay,
There we go.
here we go, okay.
All right.
So our Transportation Committee members, you can see 7 names up there. With me today is Molly Otter as well, who's on the committee. She and Annie Garrigan both live on Warm Springs. Sheila Grisham, who's also the EENA board chair, EENA board chair. And Deanna Smith live in Roosevelt Flats near the Roosevelt Elementary School. Lee Hunsiger, John Magin, and myself, we all live in the smaller 220 homes or so Warm Springs Park subdivision. And that's our group. So as you can see here, as a group, we've been working together. I was unceremoniously appointed or drafted into the Transportation Committee chair role by Sheila about 10 months ago. And through some work, we've decided on some goals here. One is safety is our priority, with a goal of improving safety for walking, cycling, and driving, with an emphasis on crossing Warm Springs for pedestrians and cyclists and reducing vehicular speeds. Growth and development in this part of town, like a lot of areas in the valley, is unavoidable. As you know, there's been a lot of development. Thousands of residents now live east of this area that didn't, let's say, a decade or decade and a half ago. Just in general in the valley here, one quick anecdote, I, for my work, drive on Front and Myrtle each at least once a day. And I can tell you, starting about 2 years ago, and it's now up to monthly, I'm literally heading down those streets. Now, this is not Warm Springs, but I'm coming down the street, one of those streets, 5 lanes of traffic in the midst of 5 other cars, 20 other cars, 30 other cars, and within a block or two in front of me, someone comes out and makes a left or right and comes right at me. So it's one of these things where there's a lot of new people around, a lot happening. We're not asking to stop development. We would just like some things taken care of to help ameliorate some of the issues that increase traffic volumes at Plat. I do know that 20 years ago or so, I heard this once at an East End Neighborhood Association annual meeting, there was about 17,000 vehicle trips a day on Warm Springs. The new bridge was eventually built to go over the river near Bound Crossing there. That number went down to 8,000 vehicles a day. Now, I've only lived in the neighborhood there about 8 years. I've heard it's probably up around 15,000, maybe back to that 17,000. Of course, with COVID, it's been much lower at different times. It was especially nice, I can say this living on Hillview, when the construction was going on farther down Warm Springs near the Mesa, it was very, very quiet. Now, the M&W market probably didn't like that, but it was good for us. Some near-term requests, we would like to request a safety study for the entire corridor. This would be from, in the west, the traffic signal at Broadway to the traffic signal in the east at Windsong. So that's what we call the corridor, improving crossings and reduce speed in some of that area. Near-term requests we would like to, and this we don't think takes long-term planning or could happen rather sooner than later, is in the the East Boise pedestrian and bicycle plan. There are high visibility crosswalks mentioned in there. There are 5 of them, and we're hoping that in the upcoming maintenance cycle, some of those crosswalks that you talked about could be painted. And then as well, a reduction in speed limit, something similar perhaps to what happened on Harrison Boulevard.
News traveled quickly about that,
Yes,
didn't
it
it?
does. For a little history, The East Boise Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan was adopted by ACHD almost 5 years ago. It was December of 2017. I was not on the ENA board at the time. I did attend some of the public engagement that ACHD did. From my understanding, it was a great process. There was a lot of input from the public. Many commented on the need for safer crossings in this area. This Hot Springs, Martin, Mobley, Costin, those are streets that come into Warm Springs. And the plan itself stated specifically for a 2-block area, I'll call it, right in the middle of this area that we're talking about, that this area should be evaluated more in detail. That was a quote out of the plan. And it's to determine more effective areas or crossings themselves, design elements, or other things, including curb extensions that could be done to help pedestrians and cyclists and improve safety. So now Molly is going to come up next.
Hi, Molly Otter, 1109 East Warm Springs. As a resident on Warm Springs, I'll tell you that between Walnut and Adams Elementary, there are no crosswalks right now. And for children, that's a real problem. That's about a half a mile where kids can't get to either side of the street. And with the increase in traffic and the speed currently, it's very unsafe for them, especially as a mom of little kids. Our initial focus as part of the study that we're asking for would be on the Mobley, Martin, Adams Elementary to Old Penn Road area. There are lots of children because of the schools and also because of the natatorium. So that is a really trafficked area. On top of that, you have Greenbelt access, the trolley house, M&W Market with its gas station, and it kind of an inability to see around the trolley house to M&W Market and the gas station. So from a pedestrian perspective, it's a fairly tenuous situation at times, especially when it's pretty busy. Our additional focus would be on the Mobley to Broadway, which is the other direction, and then Old Penn to Windsong in terms of more crosswalks and looking at how we can kind of slow people down. It's a very straight road where people get going fast. Like it's just, you don't see anybody in front of you and you kind of go for it. As part of our request, we'd love to work with Brooke Green because she did do the original ACHD pedestrian and bicycle plan that was adopted.
So here we have a satellite overview of that initial study request area. You can see Adams Elementary School up in the upper left there. I'll see if I can, here we go. So here's Adams, here's Martin and Mobley. Martin Lane, Mobley is right here. And Adams, the trolley house, restaurant, the M&W, the gas station, so we have an educational facility, 2 private businesses, the Subway sandwich shop.
Want to make sure you're up to the microphone so people can.
Sorry, the Subway sandwich shop is in there. So 3 businesses, 2 public facilities, institutions. There's a gas station. This area from right here, right at this corner down to the signal at Broadway is just about 1 mile. This is from here to the Old Penn area where we're asking for initial work to be done is just over 1/3 of a mile from what I could estimate. As you can see, there's a lot going on in here, a lot of state offices, Bureau of Laboratories, State Seed Laboratory, Department of Agriculture, State Archives. Over here, Idaho Botanical Garden. I was in a meeting last week where they're now talking about doubling the footprint of the Botanical Garden. They're talking to the public about designs. They're talking about fundraising for that expansion starting next year. Besides the Outlaw Field area, they're going to have a smaller outdoor facility for gatherings and a smaller indoor facility. This parking lot will be much bigger. They're now at about 14 or 15 acres that they're using. Their grant, I believe it is about 32 acres, so they'll expand to around 30. There's two acres up on the hill here they will not use. Over here, a little to the right of this, is the Old Penn in that area. Down here, there's a church. Down here is the Warm Springs Golf Course clubhouse. These are storage facilities. There's a U-Haul rental place here. There's private business here. There's a dentist here. Here's the north part of the golf course. The Greenbelt over here is the Red Bridge, as people call it. A lot of people from this area go north to south, cross over, use the bridge, get on the Greenbelt, heading this direction. Over here, right here, is the Martin water treatment plant. And then, as I said, 1 mile here down to Broadway. And then on this slide, a little tighter view. So this is the area. My wife and I, we live
I'm sorry, but if you don't walk.
Sorry.
You walk. And yeah.
My wife and I, we live down here, downhill view down this way, and like a lot of people on the north side of Warm Springs, we want to go south on foot or on bike. And there's a lot of people down here, Warm Springs Hollow, Warm Springs Estates down here, who want to go north. And so there's a number of people, let's put it this way, or a lot of traffic, foot and cycling, heading south or north. And of course, this way, there's a lot of vehicles. If you're here on an average weekday school morning, there's buses lined up here. There's all kinds of vehicles parked here, dropping kids off. They're crossing. There's, I don't know how many state employees heading east. And there's lots of people coming off the Mesa, coming from Barber Valley, who want to go downtown to go to work. I haven't done the sort of background on this, but I know that the alternative, the Park Center route in and out from downtown out to Barber Valley, has 10 lights. And as we know, this way, other than the Broadway light, there's one light on Warm Springs. And I know people out there, I have some clients who live out there in River Heights, and they like this drive no matter what because it looks better. So my wife and I said, live here, we come down here, we try to run on the Greenbelt or go cycling this way. It's 10 minutes from here by bike to BSU to a football game or a basketball game. Depending on the time of day, this can be quite difficult. My wife, if we're down here walking or running on the Greenbelt, when we come back, she absolutely refuses to walk through this parking lot and cross the street somewhere in this area. There's no crosswalks here. There's none until down here. So she does not let me, she's a bit of an adventurous soul, backcountry skier, mountain biker, college ski racer, and she's not willing to risk the chance that vehicles coming this way, the view is partly blocked right here by shrubbery as well as the trolley house. So this part of the road could use a little bit of a realignment or something, or bulb out sidewalk areas here where pedestrians can stand and be seen. Another thing we've talked about in the committee was, and this is partly in the, I believe a little bit talked about in the pedestrian and bicycle plan, was to move this crosswalk and integrate it with a vehicle full traffic light here so that vehicles that come into the school or the natatorium can make a left and then get out, or the other way. Right now in the mornings, as I said, it's quite a scene. So I don't know about this street in terms of how it fits minimums that you guys need for, now it's sort of a glorified alley, I guess. There's parking down here. But this is used year round. 12 weeks for the pool in the summer, 40 weeks school year, 36 weeks they're in session. The 4 weeks they're not are 2 weeks at Christmas, a week at Thanksgiving, a week in the spring. The only quiet 2 weeks are probably the March spring break and the Thanksgiving break in terms of this area for turning, and maybe as well a Christmas break. But I can tell you that in the early evenings during the Christmas holiday, New Year's break, there are thousands of cars coming down this way to go to the lights aglow at the Botanical Garden. And this happens, relatively early. Like 5:30, 6 o'clock. There are many, many cars. And I can't imagine what a 10, 11, 12-year-old kid over here on their bike or on their foot or whatever, I don't know, maybe their parents say, hey, you can run down to the store, or maybe the parents are with them. It's just very difficult. So I want to emphasize that. Next slide here. Another request of ours is we now think it's time for a reconsideration of the roundabout that was at one time proposed at Old Penitentiary Road and Granite Way. Some history here. This is now a new intersection. Right here you can see Old Penitentiary Road and Granite Way. This is an older satellite view. We're not aligned. The state, as I think you would know, redid this road and aligned this to go here. The ENA, whether it was the board or the Transportation Committee, this was well before I was involved, met with Gary Inselman and other ACHD staff prior to that reconstruction by the state, inquiring about the possibility of a roundabout being part of the project. That could not happen. I believe it was Gary or other staff that then told ENA that, hey, when this is all done, maybe come back, we'll begin discussions about it. In contrast to the previous proposal in this area, the Warm Springs Homeowners Estates Association is really on board with this idea as well as the study. And we did have a letter this summer submitted to ACHD with these signatories talking about the study and the roundabout. Idaho Botanical Garden also submitted a letter with regard to their concerns at that Old Penn Granite Way intersection. And then here, just to wrap up, safety is our priority. There's been increasing automobile, bicycle, And pedestrian traffic, with regard to intersections, crossings, and speed, we'd like some measures taken to help with safety. We're requesting a study initially, hopefully, the beginning of it. The initial focus area could happen maybe as soon as next year. This would be the Martin, west of Adams Elementary and Road. Near-term request, 5 crosswalks, reduction in speed limit, and then a reconsideration of the roundabout. We have stakeholder support. We're going to get more of that, I'm sure. And then finally, would like to invite Jim Hansen, as well as President Goldthorpe, or another commissioner to come out and walk the Adams Natatorium and M&W area with us sometime this month in October. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Just so you know, we appreciate presentations like this from folks that,
You're welcome. Thanks.
and you haven't asked for us to dig out a mountain.
No, not yet.
All right.
Thank you, President Goldthorpe and John and Molly. I really appreciate you coming. This is really important. As you know, I come to ENA meetings and walk that area, and I've advocated for looking at this as a corridor instead of just one-off projects now and again. This really helps to the commission to understand why it's important to see this as a corridor. Those us who have been around a long time understand Warm Springs used to be a state highway, including this segment was a state highway. So it's wide like a state highway. And so transforming it as a corridor into a neighborhood collector, understanding it's trying to do a lot of things, as you can imagine, and every time something new comes up, there's a concern, legitimate, that just adds another pressure point. And yet those, as you probably heard me say to the previous neighborhood leader, that new development, whether it's up in the Mesa or down in Warm Springs Estates, or even, some commercial development in and around the state facilities, their fees ought to help pay for those new trips that are generated, whether those are new trips by car, or new trips by bike, or new trips walking. That's an impact that they should pay for. The reason why it takes long to get something like this moving is because our pool of resources is just basically property taxes to pay for that, and we have to compete with other things all over the city. But the more we can do that, and Christy, you've met Christy Inselman, has put this on the list as a recommendation for scoping this segment. And I really appreciate that you say that's a long segment. Let's scope it in 3 segments. Let's do Mobley to Old Penn first, then do Mobley to Broadway, and then do Old Penn to Windsong. That makes a whole lot of sense. Let's scope it out. I like this, and I told Christy I like that we're going to move on scoping that segment between now and start the scoping between now and January. The other is that we have some more tools so that we understand, maybe it's going to cost a lot to put something in permanently, but we have lots of temporary tools. And I noticed Cynthia Gibson's on the call. She's head of our pedestrian advisory committee, strongly advocates for the use of temporary installations. It also shows how it impacts traffic as it moves through. And if you're like, well, if this new crosswalk works so well here, maybe we can move forward sooner than later. So all those things are great, and I would love to have all 5 of us walking along there. And if we do, it'll be a public meeting, and then we'll have a whole bunch of other people. But I appreciate you doing this, and I also appreciate the East End Neighborhood Association. Makes my work a little bit easier because you guys really got your act together.
Well, thank you.
Just so you know, John, I've been here a long time, and I consider Warm Springs, the whole corridor, as a destination because I can't drive fast through there because I enjoy looking at the homes so much. And, going to M&W, that's a rather iconic store, as you know, and trolley. But I'm glad you've taken this opportunity and this avenue to come and make us more aware of this. And Jim's been working on your behalf, and I'm sure now that we'll be hearing more about this.
Good. You're welcome. Thank you.
That's when things happen.
I just want to thank you, John, Molly, thank you very much for coming in. We really benefit when we have such engaged citizenry that come in and just lay it all out for us. And I totally agree. This is a corridor that there's so much going on out there, and it definitely needs to be on our radar, and we need to step in. And I'd be happy to join my fellow commissioners down there and go on the field trip too. So, but thank you very much for taking the time and coming in to educate us on exactly what's happening there.
You're welcome, thanks. One last thing, I did want to say, you know, I mentioned the bike and ped plan and how some part of it was put off for later study. I will say in the meantime, ACHD and the city have done a good job with a lot of things that were in the plan, whether it was new sidewalks on Franklin, which happened in March. We're going to get some new sidewalks on Costin. There's the RRFB beacon signals at Old Penn, at Walnut, at Avenue C. I believe there's some coming on Strawn. Some of these may be city things or ACHD things. I'm not relatively new at this. So, but yeah, there's been some good work, and you know, I look forward to more.
John, just after you moved over onto your current residence, something called the St. Luke's Development Agreement was begun and finished. And a large part of what was in that development agreement pertains to Warm Springs, more to the western end. But you're going to see a lot of things happening on Warm Springs anyway. And so the fact that you're here making us aware of this is a blessing of sorts, because we have time on our side to, I like to put it, get it done right. And part of by getting it done right, I mean the neighborhood's happy. So.
Good, thanks.
Thanks.
Good.
Mr.
Thank
President,
you.
I just have one more thing to add. So thank you both for being here. Thank you to fellow board members that are on the call today. I just want to urge, I just really appreciate all of the work that you guys did in preparation for this presentation. You nailed it. You did a great job arguing your case. And obviously, if you know my background, I'm easy to win over with traffic calming, but there's a few other folks that are listening in today that are part of other neighborhood associations. And I just want to urge you all, if that's okay, if they can reach out to you and learn your process, because I think this is a really important, effective way to engage the commission, share things that we just don't have the capacity to understand in a really short period of time. So if you'd be willing to welcome those types of solicitations, I think that would be tremendously helpful to our entire county. And I would urge the other folks that are on the call to look at this as a potential model to share other concerns with the commission.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to drag this out, but John, thank you for your presentation. I agree, it's been very helpful. Let me just ask two quick questions. What's the current speed on Warm Springs in this segment? Is it 35?
It's 30 from just
30.
East of the Old Penn down to Avenue B Broadway.
Okay, all right.
I'm talking east to west. Yeah, 30.
Okay.
It's
And-
35 farther east if you're heading east, just west of the here.
So east of Old Penn,
No.
is that where it goes up to 35?
What's that?
East of the old penitentiary road?
Yeah,
goes up to
it switches
35?
just east of Old Penitentiary Road near there's some storage units.
Right, okay.
Yeah, there's a dentist office there.
Okay, and then Adams Elementary, is that crossing that's directly in front of it, is that protected by a crossing signal?
It is.
Okay. All right, thanks. I just wanted to be clear on that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Each of you, thanks.
Is there anyone else who would like to address us on anything else? That being the case, I declare this meeting adjourned, and we'll take a few moments to reconnoiter down to the floor for our work sessions.
Well.
We're going down there.
begin our work sessions with winter ops report by maintenance department, and Jennifer.
Oh, we got actually Lloyd.
Oh, Lloyd, you're there.
Oh, Lloyd.
Lloyd's name was above yours. I don't know why I went to the smaller writing first. Okay.
You can see, stays on order. Looked like he was looking for you.
They realized that cartoon came from Canada, right, Lloyd?
Well, and if it's any consolation, we only get those big storms every 7 years. So when was the last one?
Hello, there we go.
7 years.
Okay. Afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Lloyd Carnegie, the maintenance manager here at ACHD. With me today is also Heather Friddle, the superintendent for Ustick operations, as well as acting superintendent for Cloverdale, and also is Rich Shaw, superintendent of our Adams maintenance division. And we're here today to present you our kind of winter operations plan for this winter season. So quick overview, what we're going to talk today, we're going to go over our mission, our inventory, our equipment and resources that we're going to use to facilitate our winter operations, as well as the tools that we use in-house with our on-call staff to make sure that the right calls are made during a winter storm event, as well as our outreach programs that we do to make sure the public is aware of what we're doing. So our winter operations mission is to facilitate the safest possible travel conditions for the general public, utilizing all our available resources. So our current infrastructure inventory, we have 5,246 lane miles. That's comprised of arterial collector and residential roadways, as well as a few others, such as some alleyways. This is an increase of 69 lane miles from last year. So our lane miles do increase quite significantly each year. And we greatly thank the Commission for approving the additional manpower to help us to maintain those additional lane miles. We also have over 4,362 cul-de-sacs this year. So when we get into residential roadways, those come into play, and they're a very unique situation when doing snow removal. So the equipment that we have available to us, we have 63 total units. Of those 63, 44 of them have plows. Again, this is a significant increase from our Snowmageddon days, where I believe we only had 12. We're now 44. Again, thank you, Commission, for allowing us to procure those pieces of equipment. We are ready for whatever Mother Nature wants to throw at us. We do have 153 team members that will be working around the clock to make sure that our roads are in a safe condition. We do show here the breakdown of Adams and Cloverdale, of the equipment that they have at each facility. We also, in case we do have significant snowfall and our equipment are busy out doing the main priorities, and we need additional equipment to help us, we do have contractors on call that we can call up, and they will have other pieces of equipment that could be available, such as graders, loaders, skid steers.
Lloyd, have they been contacted already for this winter?
They have not yet been contacted. We usually wait till about mid-October when I start contacting them. With this, we also, we will again have available our no-charge temporary use permit for contractors and HOAs, should they would like to hire someone to plow snow on their streets, to have higher priorities. We had that open up in Snowmageddon, and it's been very successful, so we are re-implementing that program again this year.
Lloyd, just so you know this, and a few of the others know this already, but I've been amazed the last couple of years how often I hear from people who are members of HOAs that their HOA is actually planning on contracting for that snow removal, so that's a good thing.
Thank you, President. So here, this slide here shows our storage capacities that we have at our yards. So we can store up to 290,000 gallons of magnesium chloride. We use this for anti-icing before a storm as well as during a storm, depending on road temperatures. We could also store up to 7,500 tons of sand salt mix and 7,500 tons of rock salt, both at Adams and Cloverdale. This map here is an overview map of our winter operations. The northern green portion is the routes that our Adams facility manages and maintains during the winter operations, and the lower purple area is where is Cloverdale operations and how it's broken up into their routes. This here's a map of a particular route. This one is in Adams. We use these route maps to help our operators see clearly which roads are arterials, collectors, the 6%. It helps them do the priorities. We also, in each route, are 2 dedicated operators. One on crew 1, one on crew 2, and these operators know these routes inside and out. They're dedicated to it. They know where every manhole or every school, so when operations are called for winter operations, they know exactly where they need to go and how they need to do it, and it's good for consistency basis. We also laminate these route books or these route maps and place them into each of the trucks. And this is so that if we go into 24-hour operations or there is an overlap with operators in a certain route, they can highlight the roads that they have plowed or have treated. And so when the next operator comes on board, they're being very effective and they're not going back and retreating roads that have already been done. They can progress right from where the other operator left off. This graph depicts historical costs for snow removal operations for the last 12 years. As you can see, in FY17, we had a wonderful year of snowmageddon. Hopefully we don't have that same coming up, but you never know what Mother Nature's going to do. But on average, we spend anywhere between $1 to $2 million on winter operations.
Excuse me, sorry. What would be an average if you took out snowmageddon that we spend on snow removal? I mean, it looks like we would be teetering, around just under 1.5. But there are some lower ones. So I would just be curious, maybe after this, if you could send me, excluding the outlier, what that cost would be. That would be great.
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner Pickering, sure, we can definitely do that. So for our on-call staff and to ensure that we have proper call-outs for our winter operations, we have many tools that we can use. So we have 7 road weather information systems. There's a picture of it there depicted on this slide. These information systems help us tell us the road temperatures, the air temperature, the dew point, the humidity. All these are factors that our on-call staff will use to ensure that we're calling out the right individuals to the right location, using the right materials and right pieces of equipment on the roadways. We also have a good partnership with National Weather Service. Even though they're not always right, it's still good to get kind of what they have on record. They set up weekly meetings where they go over the weather forecast for that day and the days in advance, and it's just good to have that communication. We can even ask them questions. They also have a after hours phone call number that we can call and kind of get their input on what weather is going to be coming our way. Ada County Sheriff's Office, they have several patrols that are out there, and if they encounter slick areas or see anything out there that might be relevant to our operations, they will call their dispatch center, which then calls our on-call supervisors that have cell phones. And so that communication is really helpful. Getting more eyes out on the road helps us with those on-call winter operations. We have our wonderful traffic management center with all the cameras that they have. It's a very useful tool that you could be sitting at the on-call desk computer and you can look at different traffic cams throughout the county and see what's going on and what kind of the conditions are going. It's also an easy way to see how the storm's progressing through the county. Our on-call supervisors, they have them each other. There's 2 on-call supervisors, one for Cloverdale, one for Adams. They're in constant communication with one another. They bounce ideas off one another, but we also have other great resources such as superintendents, other supervisors that have been on call, myself as maintenance manager. We all have that open communication where we tell everybody, you're not making the call by yourself. You have other people that can help you out, read kind of what the road temperatures are doing, what the weather patterns are doing, so that we have a very good call out when bringing in individuals. We have these Opticon units that we're able to use that during heavy snowfall events, and we need to put a plow team together so that we can plow larger multi-lane roads at one time. The head truck on the plow team will have this Opticon unit, which triggers the signal light so that it turns green when they get to that intersection, so that the plow team can continue on and not have to stop at every intersection, which also makes it difficult to have a consistent plow across that entire roadway. So here's our treatment priorities when it comes to a snow event. Whenever we have adverse weather, we always hit our priority ones first. This is identified in our policy as arterials, collectors, major intersections, bridges, school crossings, railway crossings, and any roadway that has a grade over 6%. So whenever we have our guys out, 9 times out of 10, we're doing the priority ones, and that's what we start with. Should the weather produce enough snow or adverse weather, we do, our superintendents can make the call for us to go into priority 2s. And this is when we go into the school bus routes that have been identified by the public school districts in our area, as well as the support the vulnerable populations. This is important when we can do the priority 2s in the sense of it creates a safe route for our school buses and school children to get to the schools, as well as also gets us that initial push into some of the residential areas, again, allowing people to get in and out of their neighborhoods and get to the locations that they need to get to.
Lloyd, for the benefit of our newer commissioners, would you explain what support to vulnerable populations consists of?
So, thank you, President Goldthorpe. Support to vulnerable populations, these are locations that like nursing homes, people that have frequent registered doctor's appointments that they need to get to, and they've registered it through our planning department. Brooke Green is one of the individuals that really helps us set up this vulnerable populations list. And it's just those individuals that need constant access to ensure that for their life and safety that they have that access.
I'll give an example. My next door neighbor, who has since passed away, had ambulances to their home probably weekly during Snowmageddon. And because of this, the snowplow operator that did Black Cat Road, and it stunned me the first time I saw it. I stopped him and he explained what he was doing. He was cleaning the access to their driveway, which was a rather long driveway. And the neighbor came over to my house one time and with tears in his eyes thanked me. So thank you, because it wasn't me.
Lloyd, I have a follow-up question. So, I think that's wonderful, but I'm wondering, so somebody has to know about this and reach out to Brooke, is that the process? And this would just be for roads, it's not for sidewalks to get to that doctor's office or anything else, it's just the roads, right?
Driveways.
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner Pickering, yes, this is for the road network for driving. It does not include the sidewalks. I'm not myself fully understand how the information gets to the individuals to apply for the vulnerable populations. Maybe Justin can speak to it.
So Commissioners Brooke and Tom Furch and Brooke Green on my staff sit on the Emergency Operations Center for the county. And so that's actually where this information is stored and processed. It's not something ACHD does on its own. We coordinate with the County Emergency Operations Center. So we're not reaching out to individuals. It happens through a coordinated effort across the entire county.
So Justin, then is that a list that is maintained or updated? Because I've been part of those meetings and I know the awesome folks that are in those rooms, but there's still, just by having a list, you're bound to miss some folks that still would be, or groups or roads that would still probably apply. So can you tell me more about the maintenance of this list?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Pickering. So it is updated on a regular basis through the EOC, and as I say, our staff is involved with that. Are there people that are not on the list or potential misses? Certainly there are, but the county dispatch office maintains the availability of, if people are calling and saying, I can't access this or I can't access that, and I need to for this reason, that is then transferred to us and we have the ability to respond
How
if
fast do
necessary.
we respond typically? Because I'm thinking of somebody that needs an emergency appointment, right, and they realize they can't get to it, so then how fast are we able to actually address it?
I'll answer that.
Yeah.
Mr. President, Commissioner, it's quick. We have constant communications with the emergency responders. You'll see things on TELUS or emails that are saying, here's what our maintenance team immediately responds to those. We are in partnership with the paramedics, the fire department, you name it across the board. And as Commissioner Goldthorpe said, you'll frequently find our maintainers out off their routes, going into different areas and helping dig out, plow out, whatever it takes to get those folks out. Last year, we had several cases of diabetes issues. Maintenance teams were on site, making sure those roads were clear. We had several cases of citizens that were, as Commissioner Goldthorpe said, in very serious harmless way with their family for a lot of time they were going to be on this planet moving forward. Our team made sure that those driveways and stuff were open. We also get calls from each of the city staffs and such. Those will come either directly into our superintendents, the Secretary of Maintenance, myself, across the board. We respond very, very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes the police, the Ada County Sheriff and the city police departments also respond very quickly. They have tools, shovels, brooms, the whole bit in their trunks, and they do a lot of stuff. Now in Boise, during Snowmageddon, they didn't because their union would not allow them to. I don't know if that's changed. Hope so.
One of the things I will share, you're going to be meeting the chief of police here on the 20th and the sheriff on the 28th, I think, here. The new sheriff, some questions you can probably ask him, but we have a tremendous relationship with those folks. And when they call, we answer. As a matter of fact, it was last year, or the year before, the fire department called that one of their trucks was stuck. And so within minutes, we had responded to get a fly out there to get them out and on their way to where they need to do. So very responsive.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, Jim. And this is a great program, and we reach so many people that are in need. But my question is, how do we disseminate the information to people out there, loved ones that have an at-risk parent or somebody that's incapacitated? How do they get the information that they can be on this type of list?
If they're not already on it.
Right. What's the process?
So, Commissioners, as I stated earlier, so we participate in the Ada County Emergency Operations Center, and that is a function that they provide. So this is really a coordinated effort, multi-agency. ACHD is one participant. And to be honest, snow removal is one variable in many variables that the individuals with these types of challenges face. There's transportation issues not associated with weather. And so we rely on the EOC and the coordinated efforts. The county has dedicated staff that do this for a living. And so we rely on them to disseminate the information, working with hospitals and all the other, the network that we have.
So if somebody were to have a question and become aware of this, then we would direct them to, okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or like TELUS, right? They can, if they need something plowed, they can work through TELUS, right?
Certainly, we
However
respond
they can.
directly to all the TELUS requests. And then if we are getting unique requests through TELUS, and Brooke is aware of that, she can then feed that information back into the EOC network, so then it goes on to the master list.
Just because there are so many, and I know during Snowmageddon, that really brought it to the forefront, because I know my family, we would go out many a night, and we were shoveling neighbors out, and people that had to get their prescriptions, etc. So I think probably as a result of that, more people are aware of it, but that's good to know how to direct those people. Thanks, Justin.
So Justin, it's now, and I guess Lloyd, today, do we have like a preliminary list from EOC that these are the areas we anticipate, and then as requests come in, or do we start from a blank slate? Because it's been 5 years since the big one, when we had lots of names, but things will have changed. So do we start with something, or do we just wait till the EOC gives us a list?
So, Mr. President, Commissioner Hanson, as Commissioner May mentioned, This really came to the forefront during Snowmageddon. Since Snowmageddon, we have maintained on an annual basis this coordination with the EOC. So we're not starting from scratch. Certainly there's changes that occur, but much of it doesn't change. I mean, the location of certain locations of nursing care centers and other locations, schools, et cetera, haven't changed. And so we do our best to coordinate with them on an annual basis. And that coordination happens kind of as we prepare for the upcoming week.
And then a question that somebody, because the notion that, and I did the same thing, I went out and, because I lived on a street that it wasn't priority, so we went out as volunteers and helped people shovel themselves out after a plow had gone through. Because that's a chronic issue, is plows can't prevent plowing over people's driveways. But the question that we had raised 5 years ago was, well, what about liability? So do we have some system? I think that's addressed in the HOA agreements, or it's like volunteers who want to go out and they sort of assume the liability themselves, or I don't know what. Anyway, all I know is that there was some issues raised about liability for people doing something in the public right of way that we would otherwise be equipped to do, and they aren't.
You're talking about beyond helping them shovel out their driveway.
Yeah, well, some of them, the further out you go, it's not gonna be someone with a shovel, probably it's gonna be someone with a little, skid steer or a truck with a plow on it.
We
Take out a fence.
We have not addressed that specifically. 6, 7 years ago, we had the no good deed unpunished ordinance that we attempted.
Yeah, as I recall, we tried to do that.
Commissioners, answer your question, we do have agreements with HOAs.
Yeah.
Right.
And we have instructions on how for them to perform the work, as well as indemnification.
So they need to get a permit from us before they just go out and start, yeah.
And we reach out and we pretty much have that. Well,
Because cars get damaged and, who do they call?
So, President Goldthorpe, Commissioner Hanson, yes, we have that, as I mentioned earlier, the no charge temporary use permit. That biggest thing is, again, they're identifying to us where they're doing this work, how they're going to do it, and make sure that it falls within our guidelines.
And the people they hire needs to have insurance and stuff. Okay. So again, as we go through the priorities, priority 1, priority 2, if we do have significant snowfall and difficulties with residents getting out of their own residential streets, the deputy director can make the call for us to send operators and plows into residential streets, which does include the cul-de-sacs. So, as all things here at ACHD, it doesn't happen overnight. Our winter operations is a plan, and it is something that we initiate early on. So even while we're chip sealing, our operators, our crew chiefs, and our superintendents are already starting to review and update the route maps for winter operations, and so that begins in August. September 22nd was when our crews finalized these routes and maps. We are still doing some small tweaks on them, but for the most part, they are finalized. We worked with our communications team on notices on how we're going to notify citizens and businesses through social media and whatnot on what our winter operations is and what to be prepared for, how they can help us help them, and those kind of things. We do plan next Monday is when we are anticipating our salt deliveries to start up, so we can start bringing up our inventory. By October 15th, all of our winter maintenance equipment will have the checks to make sure everything is working and are properly calibrated, because again, the biggest thing about winter operations is the right material at the right time. And if it's not calibrated, we can't really verify that that's happening. So we do make sure all our equipment is calibrated, and that should be done by mid-October.
Lloyd, the finalizing notices with communications, can you expand on that? Like, what does that exactly mean?
I'll let Shandy help me answer that question.
Mr. President, Commissioner Pickering, we actually are developing a full plan for different target audiences. So we'll have the school districts, the HOAs, and then the general public for all of the different things that they need to know. So each member of the communications team has kind of their own route that they're taking. So Aaron and Rachel will be working with those HOAs and the school districts. And then Emma's gonna be pushing everything out on social and Nextdoor to ensure that everybody understands what they're responsible for as far as their sidewalks and everything along those lines, that those HOAs understand that they can get that temporary use permit. And then so that people also understand our priority list and why not are we plowing different areas. So we are working on a full plan for different target audiences, ensuring that people understand before the snow falls what that's going to be looking like, why and how we determine where we're going, so that they get kind of a behind the scenes access on all of that. And then just continuing to notice as we go along. So I'm added to the call out list at 2 a.m., whatever that might be. And then I'll determine from there with the team as to if a certain neighborhood or area needs to be notified on Nextdoor, or what that looks like if people are being called out.
That's really helpful, Shandy. And I'm wondering, so you didn't say neighborhood associations. Are you lumping those together with HOAs, or are those not included?
Yeah, so any neighborhood associations, HOAs, the biggest thing for them is going to be, number one, providing them information to provide to their residents on those responsibilities, and then also for the neighborhood associations or HOAs that will themselves be applying for those TUPs, that along with the school districts, those are kind of their own baby that Aaron will be reaching out to.
Oh, that's fine. I just didn't hear you say neighborhood associations. So I'm just
Yes,
sure
yeah, lumped together. Any organizations that would be involved with that, Aaron will have.
And then is there, because I noticed that the cities can also, share what you put out and all that sort of thing, but there's just so much to be leveraged when the cities can say, hey y'all, you need to move your snow off the sidewalk. So have you guys coordinated with the cities at all to amplify the messaging that we're doing?
Yeah, so actually everything we're putting out right now, Commissioner, is being leveraged. So Emma's worked out any information that we have. She's identified agencies that correspond with that specific city, and then is putting packages together that will go and provide them copy so that they can copy and paste directly to either their social media, their e-newsletters, whatever that looks like for them. So she's identified those contacts at each agency or city. So like recently, for example, the work that's being done on Chinden, all of that went to the Boise Police Department, Boise Fire Department, City of Boise. So we'll do something very similar. So anything that's impacting a direct area will be targeted to those cities, and then anything countywide we'll send to everybody.
That's fabulous. Thank you.
Great.
Shandy, I just had a question, and I'm sure you already include this in there about keeping the drains, the storm drains there, because that caused so many issues during snow again. At night, you hear everybody out there chipping the ice, right, as soon as it got dark, but I think that's a important reminder, so.
Yes, Commissioner May, we do have a whole Instagram story and series on reminding people for both leaves and snow to keep their storm drains clear.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Shandy. We also plan to have by October 15th our winter ops packet published, and we will ensure that each one of you gets a copy of that packet. One of the things we're waiting on is communications help with talking with the school districts to ensure that we have their school bus routes complete. We do know there's additional schools that have opened up. We just want to make sure that we have all the routes in there that we need to have in there. So our training has already begun. Yesterday we met with all our supervisors. We actually have 5 new supervisors on board with us this year. They'll be doing on-call for the first time. And we go over the policies, the procedures, the decisions making, and the resources that they have available to them to make sure that they're successful during on-call. Today, this morning, and tomorrow we are doing our operator training. This is where they go over the operation and maintenance of the equipment, the loading and unloading of all the materials that they will be using, as well as route assessment and familiarization. Again, these operators, they're dedicated to the routes. We don't change them in and out. They stick with that route for the entire winter season, and they become very familiarized with it. We do have 23 new operators this year. We have new staff coming on board from just rotation of people, but also, again, thank you for the commission for those additional staff members that you approved for us to have, as well as the Ustick operations. It's going to be very helpful for our winter operations this year. Again, depending on Mother Nature, but we have an official November 2nd winter operations begins. I think on average, we don't see anything tell about Thanksgiving, but you never know what Mother Nature's going to do. But our on-call rotation does start November 2nd for all our winter operations. Our new operators, we do have a co-pilot that is with them until they are fully trained and comfortable. We really stressed that this morning, especially with how many new operators we do have, is we want them to make sure that they feel comfortable with what they're doing and the routes that they're in. We want them to ask questions and make sure that they're ready to go on by themselves before we put them by themselves. Because we want consistency and we want them to be out there safe for themselves as well as for the traveling public. And then continually reinforce expectations for consistency across all of Ada County. So COVID hasn't gone away, it's still here. So we do make sure that our operators and all our operations have these kind of rules or guidelines with them. We instruct them that if they are feeling ill, that they to stay home and then contact our HR department. We talk about if they have been exposed, again, talk to HR and they'll walk them through that process of what they need to do. Wearing the face coverings, avoiding physical contact with others, such as handshakes and hugs. We're also very making sure that we continually disinfect our units. This is fogging them every week, as well as after each shift, our operators are wiping them down. Again, this is to help potentially stop any kind of spread amongst all our operations, and then we don't have a whole bunch of people off due to COVID reasons. We do make sure that all personnel follow the rules of engagement as they set out by the director. We have put our crews into smaller groups. Again, this is so that if one member of that team happens to have COVID or been in contact, it doesn't spread amongst the whole team, so we don't have an entire division go down during a winter storm, as that would be very detrimental to our operations. We do have an on-call tracking spreadsheet that's going to help our on-call staff. This is just to identify who's going to be available and who's not, so that going into the storm, they're already knowing who they can call and not having at last minute wondering why they're not getting any callbacks. They already know who they can call. And again, we'll continue to disinfect equipment regularly to keep operators safe. So outreach, we do send our winter operations plan summary, the packet that I was talking about earlier, to the sheriff's office as well as all the police departments and fire departments. Again, so they have the same information and they kind of know what to expect during a winter storm. We do meet with the Ada County Dispatch for all their supervisors and their on-call staff. And we give them a similar presentation as we're giving you today. Again, it allows them to see what we're doing, but also for them to ask us questions and get to kind of know us, who we are. We're working with them right now to find out a date that works for them, but we aim for usually around the end of October to meet with them. We also send that same winter operations packet to all the schools. Again, this is good information for them, for also the bus services that they have, so they kind of know what to expect and the numbers to call should they come up with issues of not being able to get to the schools. We also, if President Goldthorpe would like to schedule meetings, we'd be more than happy to meet with the mayors and the councils of the different various cities and give them a similar presentation, again, just to share all that information with as many people as we can. Old Farmer's Almanac, they're calling for a season of shivers. They're saying that the winter is going to be probably very cold, but not as much precipitation. It's going to be below average for most of the U.S. as well as one of the longest and coldest we've seen in years. So a lot of cold temperatures, but they're not calling for much precipitation. Whereas the new Farmer's Almanac is saying that it's going to be flip-flopping conditions. kind of polar coastal swings and temperatures. We're going to see near normal amounts of snow. It's going to be basically month to month, it's going to change. So it's really, take it for what it's worth. And our National Weather Service, their probability of above for Washington, Idaho, and Montana, meaning that we're going to have above precipitation potentially and colder temperatures. We have a 70% chance of La Nina this year. So again, seeing these various forecasts or predictions of this winter season, it kind of tells us that we really don't know what's coming. It's going to be whatever Mother Nature throws at us, but we are prepared for whatever she wants to throw at us, and we're looking forward to it, to another successful year. If it's Snowmageddon, so be it. Well, we're ready for it.
Wood?
Yes.
I can solve that all for you. Alexis, is your horse putting on a thicker coat?
No, that they both are.
Uh-oh, okay.
But who knows?
That's a omen.
Who knows?
So this is some contact info that we like to provide for citizens. We have our primary numbers, which are Adams and Cloverdale. Again, anytime there is no issues that they want to phone somebody, these two numbers are the most prominent ones to call. They'll get the faster response. And then we do have also our ACHD main line, the 6100. They can also call our sheriff's department. Again, they have a non-emergency dispatch after hours call number. Again, they have our on-call supervisors' cell phone numbers. So as they get calls, they're in direct communication with their on-call supervisors, again, to provide that fast response time and service to whatever needs are out there. TELUS is another form that they can contact us, as well as we have our ACHD website that has a lot of information regarding winter operations and how the materials that we use. We have that storm drain map that's available if they want to go on there, locate their storm drain, various other pieces of information. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
I just have one, since 2017, how many more road miles have we added? Something around 1,000, maybe not.
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner Hanson, I don't have that number on the top of my head, but just this year alone, we've seen an increase of 69 lane miles.
Yeah, so I was wondering if we could put this in the hopper and look at, because the number of new roads is largely local roads. And I wrote down 3,200 of residential out of 5,200 total. We put residential, unless they're one of the bus routes or a couple of other, in the category 3. So that's a really big group. And whether we should look at subdividing that and having 2 tiers within category 3, because not all residential roads are alike. And to a certain extent, we're doing it for HOAs if we know we've already got a contract and they can go ahead and take care of theirs. In the older neighborhoods, and not too surprisingly, a lot of older people are in those older neighborhoods that don't have HOAs. Whether we should have a tier of neighborhoods we'd go to that we don't have contracts for, that are that function as collector roads, even though they're local roads, because it's a gridded neighborhood. If one road's busy, they got another one to go to, and that tends to be the other neighborhoods. And also that some of those roads are bike routes and others aren't. And so knowing that if we had a choice between doing one local road versus another local road, that let's open up the local road that's people use to drive on to connect to other streets. That's a connected street and one that's used as a primary bike route. We might think about how we might have a tier within the local road structure. And then I know that I'm very supportive of the notion of we work, and I know Commissioner Pickering's raised this in her email, so I'll let you talk. We work with the cities and all the equipment they have at their disposal to address the pathways and sidewalks that are also heavily used by people who are not necessarily indoors.
Yeah, Mr. President. Laura, I just want to thank you for this presentation, especially as a newer commissioner, understanding kind of your process and how you communicate and what are all these steps that you do to get us ready for this. And so I'm sure most of you have seen it, but I sent an email out to the commission and our leadership team about proposing to do a partnership pilot, for lack of a better term, because basically, you know, we've learned a lot from Snowmageddon, we've learned from all these various, you know, seasons that we've had to experience, and one thing that has remained constant throughout these winter seasons has been the heartburn around snow removal on our sidewalks and our bike lanes from the general public in our cities. So, you know, as our climate, I mean, who knows what's coming up this winter, but as our climate continues to change and become more extreme, I think it's really critical, and I'm very proud to see what we do with, you know, emergency management system, vulnerable populations. We have an eye to this already, but we really could do more on trying to partner with our cities that have equipment that they already use. I'm not saying we go out and buy a bunch of stuff. I'm just saying we should leverage what we have and what our cities have and make some priority routes to test out some instances of removing snow on sidewalks and bike lanes. So I have several examples of other cities of similar size that, with similar climates to us, that I shared. Of course, no community does it perfectly. They all do it a little bit differently. You know, I talked to the city of Boise. They're very supportive about engaging in this conversation and having something moving forward. And then we can learn from it after the season and say, okay, how do we, budget-wise, what makes sense? Should we add something or you know, support the city in something else? So I've also talked to the PAG and the BAC, and the BAC just voted yesterday or on Monday to submit some priority routes for us to consider. And the PAG, the consensus was that they're really excited about this particular conversation and would love to be a part of it moving forward into this winter. So with that, I just don't know if I should just defer to the commission, or if Floyd or you and Jennifer have specific concerns or questions for me. I'm happy to talk through this with all of you.
I'll put one thing out there, and knowing that we were going to talk about this a little bit, I just kind of racked through my memory. Towards the end of Snowmageddon, when we were about at the end of our rope, the commission started conversations about purchasing some equipment for specifically sidewalks and housing them or staging them with our municipal partners with, you know, some kind of user agreements. I mean, and because there were key routes, key spots where, you know, people were walking down the middle of Franklin and Meridian over by Locust Grove because the sidewalks had 3 or 4 feet of snow or ice on them by that time, and they didn't get treated all winter long. And most of the places weren't that bad, but we had begun discussions probably just inside our own agency at the time. I don't know, I can't remember that we took it out much further than that, except maybe with a couple of conversations with Tammy DeBeard and Meridian, correct? Yeah. And we can, you know, we can start thinking the thought process there if we need to.
Yeah.
So really, Mr. President, Commissioner Pickering, I do thank you for that. We do have your email, pushed it out to the superintendents. We're taking a look at those recommendations.
Well, and I just want to say too, Jennifer, I don't envy our talented drivers and folks that use the snow plows, because there's so much logistics with managing where they put the snow and all of that. So this is not to add more to our plates, but just as Lloyd described, right, you've got dedicated people on these routes that know where those manhole covers are, know where that mailbox shouldn't be, but it is, right, because they don't want to hit it. There's all these other elements, right? We've got talented people that I think, granted, maybe not all priority routes, it's logistically possible to remove snow from these, you know, sidewalks and bike lanes because we're gonna put it far enough away. So that being said, I know that there's gonna be some, trickiness to it, but other cities have done this, and I feel like we can lean on those other resources and our cities, and I'm gonna be reaching out to the city of Meridian today too, and Garden City, and I know they're ready for something like this, and so I'm just happy to help in all the ways that I can, if that's a public conversation. I'm sure there's gotta be agreements that have to be had and all of that good stuff, but Jennifer, I just want you to know, like, I want to be a resource and help. This is really important to me, and I think our constituents are also ready for something like this.
One of the other things I'll remind everybody of, it was kind of for me anyway, a source of humor more than anything else during Snowmageddon, to see, and it became very obvious very quickly, what I called the resiliency quotient of the different areas of the county. I was so grateful to live where I did. Where the expectations were basically to take care of yourself and your neighbors. And a lot of Eagle and Star were the same way. And then it went downhill fast from there, but that's of course where all the population is elsewhere too. I would not want to adopt any expectations through policy or otherwise that we're going to take away legal responsibilities that people, residents, business owners, whatever, already have.
Oh, absolutely.
But that we can offer resources perhaps to make things happen easier.
Well, Commissioner Goldberg, I just want to add that several of these municipalities either bolstered existing statutes around, you need to remove the snow, and or if you don't by a certain period, we will plow it but then bill you.
Yeah.
Or, all these other elements, right? And it reinforces this duty to maintain your sidewalk if you have it and look out for those neighbors. And we talked about how the lack of enforcement, we don't have that on, right?
Right.
And just how the enforcement conversation continues to be a challenge. And so I think this, potential pilot for next year can really see, okay, how bad is it? And look at, at our cities for that enforcement partnership. Because again, I know we can't do that, but the cities can potentially look at something like that to reinvigorate that enforcement.
I'm so glad that you did that research. I think it really is beneficial for us to see that. And I think we also learned through Snowmageddon that there was a lot of finger pointing.
Yes.
People were thinking ASHD wasn't quite doing, their fair share, et cetera. So I think anytime we can have that dialogue and leverage resources and partner and bolster those relationships, I think that's beneficial. So I'd like to be part of that, and certainly am willing to reach out with Eagle and Star and be part of it with Boise, et cetera. But I think as a commission, I think it would be beneficial for us to engage in this as a commission type of activity and be resources. So as we have further discussion, I'd like to offer my help as well to that. So,
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because again, my whole point is this is not just an ACHD problem. It really is.
It's everybody.
It's everybody. It's our neighbors, it's ourselves, it's our cities, it's our county, it's ACHD. So I feel like going into that kind of conversation with, we all have a part to play. There's different degrees, but I'm glad that
it's a win-win.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a win-win.
We all have the same goal.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I really
Manage
appreciate.
expectations.
Totally.
Yeah, I appreciate you putting that forward, because of course we're investing in this public infrastructure, and I think the public sort of has this expectation, okay, how can you maintain it, whether that's in the winter or the rest of the year? And so it's a shared responsibility, because we can't maintain all of it, but everybody shares in that responsibility. And so having a priority list and starting to develop that, and if we have a really, really mild winter, that priority list would be easy to develop, because then look, good, we tested this, and maybe we can add a few more, but we at least go through that process, not in the context of a big storm, but in the context of okay, this is the priority facilities that we've invested in, taken taxpayer money and invested in. We want people to use them. And one of the best things is if we already have a facility for people to walk, they want to walk and use it, and we keep telling them, don't get in your car and go on the road during the winter, then, oh, this is actually a facility that we could use. And I know that Greenbelt, the cities, and Boise City does do a lot of work to maintain the Greenbelt, knowing they don't want those people getting in their car and driving when they're already in the habit of using the Greenbelt.
I have one question, if I may, and a brief comment. Just for my information, as a general matter, what is the division of responsibility between ACHD and the Idaho Transportation Department with respect to state highways in the county?
Good question.
President Goldthorpe, Commissioner McKinney, ITD maintains their roadways for snow and ice, and then we will maintain ours. But we do have an agreement that if something comes up and they need assistance, we're all in this together.
Okay, so for example, if our residents are saying we have, snow on Eagle Road, for example, and it's a big mess, and ITD's not getting to it, we might just step in and do it, or do we wait for them to call us?
We would initiate the phone call to ITD and find out what their situation is.
Then just as a comment, kind of following up to what we were discussing about snow removal on sidewalks and so on, and I looked at the information that Commissioner Pickering sent, and I have to admit that kind of as a general sense, one thing, as a general rule, I think trying to add more punitive measures to get people to do snow removal in the winter generally doesn't work. At least I think we should avoid that as much as possible, because the truth is, during Snowmageddon, all the neighborhood just basically banded together and said, yeah, we know this is overwhelming everyone. So we put together our own gangs, clearing sidewalks and so on. And the truth is that kind of goodwill among neighbors is almost always more effective and better than government-imposed authoritarian force type measures. So that's just my general
No,
comment.
thank you, Commissioner McKinney, for bringing that up, and I completely agree. But I've also noticed just the lack of follow-through with our commercial and business owners. Like if, I'm driving down Fairview, they have detached sidewalks, there's lots of those car lots. And there's a ton of pedestrian traffic, and half the time they don't plow their road. They don't plow their, remove the snow off those sidewalks. So I completely agree on the residential side. It's you definitely don't want to make things harder or worse or fuel any fires, but there needs to be some sort of enhanced enforcement element, especially to the businesses, because how can they access their business? And maybe it's education, maybe, who knows? I'm open to tons of things, but.
Yeah, and that makes sense, because where businesses are concerned, that should be recognized as a cost of doing business.
Totally.
So, yeah, you're not concerned about, the 80-year-old who shoveling their walks and driveway is a big, tall order. You're dealing with a business owner who's got to recognize them. So, yeah, I understand that.
And I just want to say that people on my side of town, Commissioner Goldthorpe, I saw a huge amount of neighborliness over and above the board. And I think we saw that in Commissioner May's district, in your district, and your two districts. So I'm now not too sure what part of Ada County people weren't coming through, but maybe that was part of Canyon or Elmore.
Part of the reason that you had such a good experience was because you're greater than the 6% grade in your whole neighborhood, basically, and you got taken care of first, as did like the Highlands,
just a piece of
Black Cat Road, that sort of thing.
Well, Ridge.
Yeah, no, I think we learned that when the snow stopped, we still had 2 or 3 or 4 months worth of drainage issues to deal with. And as I recall, we were waiting for dams to break on the Boise River. So that's the next phase. Yeah. So it doesn't end when the sun starts shining.
You hear that tap, tap, tap at
That's
night.
right.
I gotta get my car care in line.
So I guess my question to the commission and President Goldthorpe, so what feels like logical next steps aside from just working closely with staff and the commission? What do you feel like are next steps?
Well, here comes Steve first. See what Steve has to say.
Well, one thing that hasn't been discussed is that snow removal on sidewalks is an ADA compliance issue. And there's a section within the ADA report that deals with that. And I think when we get into that, then we can have a more detailed discussion about snow removal in coordination with other communities.
Ms. Price, when is that gonna be public?
Very shortly there, we set back the changes. It should be possibly next week.
Okay.
So we can ask for it sooner, but I think that's a good time within that topic to have a discussion.
That may have just taken care of virtually everything for us right there.
Well, and I know that BAC will be giving us, and I assume the PG will be giving us a list, and they're like, don't give us every street. They said only pick those, and I'm sure there'll be some overlap. So we'll have something to start with, which is the people who helped us to devise the update to the roadways to bikeways master plan. So we'll have something to start with.
I'm sure
And so I'm
staff
really
also
encouraged.
have some really great ideas too.
Yeah.
So I think this is a very
Perfect.
collaborative, opportunity here.
My guess is we'll probably, when we get an idea of what Steve just said, others, that we'll probably start where we left off in 2017 and make some things happen, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to.
I just have one logistical question. Do we know if the sexy beast or the bike lane sweeper, if it has the ability to have a blade attachment? Do we know if that's the case?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
I think that was one of the main attractions, right?
It was part of it.
And that will be coming before commission in a couple of weeks.
Excellent.
Approval and purchase agreement.
Be stenciled on the side,
I guess it's catchy.
I hope not.
Well,
A little license plate.
when we get it,
I could just,
we may have the person who coined that christen it.
Yeah. Big difference.
Thank you, great presentation.
Next, we've got our impact fee ordinance presentation, and this is, as you probably expected, Gary Insolent. Take it away, Gary. Now, before we begin, Gary, I have been asked to allow just a minute or two for any of the commissioners that would so desire, and I'm gonna pass because I've already taken the opportunity to discuss this with staff. Their expectations or desires for what we might be going to accomplish with this, with our impact fee ordinance. So we'll go ahead and begin, and I'm catching a couple of you off guard, and it doesn't matter because I wasn't gonna say anything anyway. We've got several meetings set up to learn and provide, but if Dave or Mary, if you have anything you'd like to inject right now, feel free. And I know that Alexis and Jim have something they'd like to talk about.
Well, just, my understanding that basically what we're trying to do is look for ways to broaden the ways in which impact fees can be used.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And I think that's certainly worth discussing, and we ought to approach it carefully, because if we broaden it too far, that's the only, in my mind, that's the biggest danger, is that then impact fees can be depleted too much, trying to do too much. And so that's the only.
And you'll see there's two steps. One is what we can possibly do within our own ordinance by changing or expanding or whatever within the current state statute, and what the possible ramifications might be for trying to get the state statute modified. So you're right on the money.
So more measured. So what type of things did you share with staff, or is that
Well,
going to be?
I just want to go, I know where Gary is going with this, and that was just fine with me.
Yeah, I'd like to see his presentation and then, go from there, because I know we all have, some input on that, but I think a measured approach, because if we take out too big a bite, then it's maybe gonna end up in a draw.
Yeah, sure. So, I guess I just want to share that I'm looking forward to your presentation, Gary, and I just want everyone to know, whenever I door knocked a lot of folks, made a lot of phone calls, and, granted, impact fee language is, when you get into the nitty-gritty, it's kind of complicated, right? But the general concept of having growth pay for itself, or the feeling of of the impact of growth in folks' neighborhoods is not lost on regular people. So when I would describe just how narrow the scope of our ordinance currently is, 9.5 times out of 10, folks were very upset about it. Because they're like, that's not fair to me in the central rim. That's not fair to me in Garden City. And I just look at, the lack of ability to fund things into Garden City because of how restrictive or impact the ordinance is. And yet they have some of the least amount of sidewalks and crossings and all of the things to help make that growth work better for those residents. So I guess I'm just really looking forward to this conversation, learning from my fellow commissioners, because this is something that, especially in my district, I feel people are feeling the pinch and really want to see some balance.
Jim?
So, I see this as, I echo what each of you has said, that people assume growth is designed to pay for itself through impact fees, and that there are limitations because imposed by the statute, but also imposed by our ordinance. And when you compare the two, you see that. And I think the tendency is to sort of, okay, there's some issue with this structure we've got, and there's a reluctance to sort of get behind the drywall and look at the electricity and the plumbing and all of the other parts, because they're all interconnected. And it's probably scary to people who have worked with this for many years, the notion that we need to take apart the drywall and look at it and see, why isn't it functioning this way? Because if we just pass this on to another generation, the dysfunction will be even worse and the disconnect will be even worse. So I think we can take this apart, be responsible to take this apart and look at it and examine the parts to make sure that it does function, and that assumptions built into it are questioned, all of the assumptions, and not just assume, this, especially notions of existing deficiency, because what we do is we say, but yeah, there might have been a deficiency. The examples we had today of both Warm Springs and Cartwright have been aggravated by new development, and none of the solutions can be paid for by impact fees. It says, that's an existing deficiency. Well, let's examine that definition. Let's examine why we can't. And under the statute, my perception is we can do it in a way that can address the added burden that is placed on new development on existing systems. Because in fact, when we simply add a lane, it's not just the new cars that drive on that. It's the existing cars that are also driving on that. So on the flip side, we also do that. So what I want us to do is to take apart this ordinance and question all of its assumptions. And, from not a standpoint of, we want to throw the whole thing out. But I think there's an expectation is that when we then go back and say, developers, this is what you're going to pay for. And I know it's all connected. It's connected. You cannot pull one wire without it pulling another, because the law says you cannot charge something if you don't have a plan for how you're going to spend it on this end. So it's all tied. You can't, if you add something, if you increase impact fees, as we did last year, it's to pay for things that you have to have a plan for. You can't just charge it without a plan. And so adding things or subtracting things to the plan impacts what the push point is on what we might charge. But ultimately, we don't want that charge to be very high that it discourages investment, private investment. We also don't want it to be so low that it doesn't make sense. We also understand that, and this is something that we have to open up, go in and recognize, just like we're context sensitive. Warm Springs is very different from Cartwright Road. And we have to look at things within a specific service area and say, an investment of development here is going to have a different impact than investment in development over here. And I know we're seeing this with Commissioner May in my district, an enormous number of dense residential units that are being built in the city core. So a lot of the impacts that new activity, both business and residential, is having is pressure and demand on the pedestrian, the bicycle, and the transit infrastructure. Not so much on the auto infrastructure, and yet none of their impact fees can be used for that, even in the way we've described it in our ordinance. But they're paying those fees. So that's part of it. We have to look at that context. We look at context in activity centers and in the sort of the old suburbs where they're converting, like the mall and other old strip malls where they're converting that into denser uses. And then we also look at developments, that are outside of city limits, that are out in the unincorporated parts. So we have to view them differently. And I think we have to have service areas and look at how we do service areas that makes a clearer connection between the actual impact of that development on the transportation system in and around that development. So that's Gary's heard it all from me before, but I think that's why I really encourage us to be patient. It's early enough. We can start taking this apart. And as soon as we bump up against something where it's crystal clear the statute won't let us do it, we now have something very specific we can ask for the legislature. Not something sort of generic. We can say, here's an example. Now we've done A, B, C, and D, but E, which is critical, we can't do unless we change this piece of the statute. It's a little like, exhausting administrative remedies. All the remedies that the legislature has given us in the statute, we have to be able to exhaust before we can go to the legislature and say, give us one or two more remedies so we can provide for the taxpayer even better.
Thanks, and I think that's what Gary's prepared for. Take it away, Gary.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, thank you, commissioners. So we are here because of the motion at the budget hearing to reform the impact fee ordinance over the next year and adopt a new ordinance by June 1st. We wanted to talk about, you jumped to my last slide with asking them their goals and expectations, so we can revisit that in a little while. I could be.
That was quick.
Steve and I are going to break this up a little bit. We want to talk a little bit about the law. We'll let Steve go first on his aspect of that, and then I'll follow up with some snippets out of the statute and what that does for our program, how we abide by those. Then I want to give you a little bit of history of how we've modified the program through the years, one way and the other, just that you understand how we have changed things in the past, what it does, and then give you some context for moving forward with this endeavor over the next year. So I'll let Steve take it away.
Gary, before we do that, can we just make sure, because I noticed when we passed the budget and the statesman had reported on kind of this amendment, it's kind of hard to keep track what law or ordinance we're talking about. So when you guys are referring to it, can you just say like the Idaho state statute versus ACHD ordinance, just be really crystal clear so that people that are tuning in understand which ones are which and which ones we're talking about when we're talking about them.
Absolutely.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Steve Price, General Counsel for Legal Department. This is kind of a 100,000-foot view of the impact fee law. I've provided this in the past, almost the same presentation. I tried to shorten it up, but the law is complicated, and I'll do my best to get through it. I'm mixing a little bit of the impact fee presentation with also exactions which are governed by the same laws, but it's important that you understand that we also use exactions in helping the development pay for system improvements. Wrong mouse. So what is an exaction? What's an impact fee? We're going to go over that. A review of the law of exactions and impact fees.
Steve, is that Idaho law?
Well, I'm going to just right now, here's the federal constitution. That's Nolan and Dolan. This is constitutional law, and believe it or not, exactions and impact fees are controlled by the Constitution. The Idaho Regulatory Takings Act, it was adopted in 2003. The Idaho Development Impact Fee Act of the Idaho Constitution, Article 7, Section 6, on a tax and a fee. There's obviously limitations on fees. If a fee goes too far, then it becomes an illegal tax and it violates the Idaho Constitution. If a government exacts too much or their impact fee is too much, then we have to pay attorney's fees and costs. And also a federal civil rights act for deprivation of constitutionally protected rights, which is a property right. It can also be asserted against a governmental entity that imposes exactions and impact fees, and it happens a fair amount. So an exaction is a requirement imposed on an ad hoc basis during the process of a discretionary land use application as a condition of approval of the application. When you guys approve preliminary plats, development applications, you have signing authority. Those specific conditions that are part of that, those are exactions. You're going to dedicate X number of feet of right-of-way. You're going to build a sidewalk. You're going to build a turnout lane. Those are all conditions of approval. And those are set out in our policy. Again, it can take many forms: a conveyance or dedication of property for a public purpose, a requirement to construct public improvements such as new traffic signals, sidewalk, road widening, or a requirement to pay money to finance an acquisition or construction of public facilities. Sometimes we road trust that money. An impact fee has to occur. It's a legislative enacted fee. It's imposed on a broad category of property owners during the development process. It's designed to defray the capital costs of new government facilities necessitated by new development. The fee is generally collected at the time of a building permit. The purpose is of the impact fees to make new development pay the cost of capital facilities necessary to serve new residents and really development, and mitigate the impacts of that development on the existing community. It's an important planning tool, and one of its reasons why the act was passed is it provides uniform corridor development, as opposed to just exactions when we can only do that adjacent to the property that's being developed. Common challenges: does the governmental unit have the authority to impose an impact fee or exaction? Both. ACHD has the authority to do both, which is, believe it or not, rare throughout the country. Is the impact fee or exaction impermissible tax? Is the fee disproportionate to the impacts of the new development on the existing system? So does the impact fee or exaction bear a reasonable relationship or rational nexus to the need for improvements necessitated by the new development? We're going to get into that in just a minute. Are the impact fees calculated properly and have resulting revenues been managed according to law? Does the impact fee or exaction violate the takings clause of the United States Constitution? So here's the federal Constitution, 5th Amendment and 14th Amendment. They both basically say that your property can't be taken for public use unless you pay just compensation. These are the same provisions in eminent domain cases. Article 1 is Idaho is a property rights state, whether you like it or not. They put it in the first article in section 1 in the Constitution, and it's a protection for property. Article 1, Section 14, again, it mirrors the U.S. Constitution in terms of just compensation being taken for property. So in Idaho, private property rights are highly regarded and protected by the U.S. and Idaho Constitution and the laws and policies enacted both in the federal, state, and local governments. So again, the roots of all of the impact fee really go to the 14th and 15th Amendment. Now, here's Nolan and Dolan. These are two of the primary cases that have been around a while. And then there's a subsequent case, Kuntz. We also have state statutes, which we'll get into. But an important note is that Idaho's a home rule versus a deal-in rule state, and so the powers of local government become from the state. So we're really at the behest of the legislature in the laws. Deal-in rule is a little bit different. In the Nolan case, which is a U.S. Supreme Court case, held that a required dedication to be permissible, there must be an essential nexus between the fees and conditions imposed by the regulatory body on a particular development and what the developer intends to do with the property. So this is why it's important to know what trip generation is from a particular development. The Dolan case expanded the Nolan case and said there's no precise mathematical calculation that's required, but the city must take some sort of individualized determination that the required dedication is both in nature and extent to the impact of the proposed development. And you'll see in the impact fee statute the rough proportionality standard. So I'll kind of just say it now, but we'll discuss it a little bit later. The Idaho Development Impact Fee Act, it incorporates these constitutional standards, and it provides limitations on what the impact fee can be used for, what you can charge, and how it can be used. The other, for the attorneys in the audience, the burden on to show that the cost of the impact ratio is roughly proportional is on the government. So when we do our findings of fact and conclusions of law, we're doing it in that portion, trying to demonstrate that any of the conditions, the exactions or fees that are charged, that they meet that test. Again, it's a specific inquiry on the facts. The Idaho Regulatory Taking Act, again, it was passed in 2003. It's established the regularity and predictability for local governments in developing development community regarding exactions. So what it really provides is a process that any time, and we've received these, where we've imposed conditions for off-site improvements, things what the developer believes that doesn't meet the Constitution, the developer can make a request for us to provide a regulatory takings analysis to demonstrate that we have the necessary facts and law in terms of the ratio, in terms of proportionality. Again, the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act was passed in 1991. It's to provide, it was the enabling legislation for taxing districts. Historically, impact fees were done by common law. Now, the thing about the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act, and that's a lot of entities who may not be taxing districts, but you have to have ordinance authority. And there's several entities that don't have ordinance authority. VRT doesn't have ordinance authority. ITD does not have ordinance authority. And believe it or not, other highway districts within the state do not have ordinance authority. So those are entities who cannot develop an impact fee program.
Steve, is that because of state statute
Yes, that's defined within the state statute.
And they're like specifically called out and excluded, or is it just by how the agency that they are?
No, it specifically says that you have to have ordinance authority. Impact fees and the constitutional requirements. Exactions are similar to Idaho case law and the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act. They all talk in terms of proportionality of the impact fee to the impact of the development and the relationship of the fee to the development. The test is the fee and exaction must bear some rough proportionality to the impact of the development. And this is the same requirements of the Idaho Regulatory Taking Act. LUPA, Local Land Use Planning Act, property rights must be considered when making land use decisions in conjunction with LUPA, the county ordinances as well, and they also have to consider the relevant federal, state, and county ordinances. ACHD development policies have been developed over a number of years. That we work within that land use process, and all of our standards and policies are designed to meet the nexus of conditions of development. So here's a little bit on the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act. Local governments authorized to impose impact fees as a condition of the issuance of the development permit. We can do that. Must be used for expenditures by the local government. We can't use impact fees to pay for things that aren't related to the highway district. We can't use it for schools or things like that. We can only use the impact fees for things, facilities that are within our jurisdiction. It's only for capital projects, no maintenance. Fees must be set to match the reasonable impact of the new development on existing capital facilities. Must be no greater than necessary to defray impacts, may not be used to remedy existing deficiencies, and the fees must be held in separate accounts and must be used only for the purposes of which they're collected. So you just can't use these fees however you want. If you did that, then you'd end up with a tax. So here's the part of the statute right here. All development impact fees shall be based on a reasonable and fair formula or a method under which the development impact fee imposed does not exceed a proportionate share. There's that constitutional standard of the costs incurred or to be incurred by the governmental entity in the provision of system improvements to serve new development. The proportionate share is the cost attributable to the new development after the governmental entity considers several factors, and those factors are listed in the statute, and Gary's going to get into that, I hope. So an unlawful impact fee equals a tax. If the impact fee ordinance is too broad or disproportionate, then it may be determined to be an unlawful tax. That would violate Article 7, Section 5 of the Idaho Constitution. There's a case, Brewster versus City of Pocatello. They tried to use their impact fees beyond what's allowed by statute. And the holding was it was an unlawful tax. There's no necessary relationship to the regulation of travel over city streets, but rather to generate funds for non-regulatory function of repairing and maintaining streets. Impact fees, the determination of the amount considers numerous factors that are in our ordinance, but at the end of the day, it must be an essential nexus between the fees imposed and the conditions giving rise to the fees, and also how the money is spent is statutorily, is not a constitutional constraint. Exactions imposed through ACHD policies, those come from our policies, our ordinances, the Plat note, site plan note, and development agreement, which we do even today. And with that, I'll stand for any questions, but as you'll see, the fee is, you just can't use it for anything you wish. It has limitations, and the statute follows. It's really a framework that falls underneath the U.S. and Idaho constitutions.
Thanks, Steve. Can
Thank you,
can you
yes.
send that to us, your briefing?
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
I do have two quick questions. And we've been through this before, but just to be clear, as a general matter, and tell me if my understanding is correct on this, when a developer comes along and is developing, a parcel, the dedication of right-of-way and the improvement of the street frontage where their development connects to the public road, that is by an exaction, am I correct?
Correct.
And then the impact fee is used, not necessarily right there on that stretch of roadway, but the impact fee goes into the fund, and the impact fees are used to the proportion they can be used for any capital improvement projects throughout the county, to the extent that they qualify for the use of impact fees for building them. Is that an accurate?
You nailed it.
Only if it's in the capital improvements plan. If it's not in the capital improvement plan. So what's eligible is
I
defined.
believe you said plan.
Yeah.
Right,
So
okay.
the CIP just defines, so basically, our concern is protecting private property rights of the developer, because they have private property rights. And the taxpayer who have already paid for infrastructure or are gonna be burdened by this new development. So this balance, and the law requires us to balance. Because there's gonna be burdens created by this new development. Developers I suppose there's some places in the country where a developer can just come in, do whatever they want on their land, and the heck with the neighboring landowners. You gotta have the public facilities, I gotta use them, even though you've paid for them all. Perhaps there's a place like that, but what this does is it says, okay, you're gonna get a benefit from all of this investment the public's already made, and we're gonna balance that. So that's why we're gonna make that connection. And that's why I think it's real important when you said the fee has to bear some rough proportionality to the development, and that notion of rough proportionality is defined by statute. It's not a constitutional, but so rough proportionality. And that's one where I think we're getting on thin ice when you have a development that maybe as much as 10 miles away and saying you're gonna pay this fee, but that we're gonna spend this for something that is 10 miles away, an expansion of our arterial that is many, many miles away. I think that when we moved away from service areas that were more closely aligned with specific parts of the county, we ran that risk. And now that we've completed certain things in our capital improvements plan that are closer, and the further away you get, we run that risk. That's my belief that we have. So that rough proportionality is important. You have to be connected between what you're gonna charge the fee of this developer and how you're gonna spend it.
Well, Mr. President, Commissioner Henson, the whole point of the Impact Fee Act was, what was the genesis of it is that in those days it was pre-91, it was just
Right.
exactions. And so we were just getting the exactions, and we would have a sidewalk. You want to talk about gaps. We had gaps like crazy, as well as parts of the road would be wide, another part wouldn't. And so it was to be able to have continuity in the improvement through a corridor. And so you're absolutely right in that front. Rough proportionality has been tested, and like you can't believe, in case law, both at the U.S. Supreme Court level, as well as all state court, as well as the federal circuit. So it isn't an ambiguous term, but the most important thing is that the statute sets forth the parameters of proportionality in how you calculate the fee. That's
Calculation of the fee, yeah.
That's the calculation of the fee, and that's how it meets the constitutional test. So if somebody sues you over the impact fee, and you've complied with the impact fee, and they assert that you violated the Constitution, all the courts have said, no, you followed the impact fee, it meets the U.S. Constitution and Idaho Constitution, and you should be good, unless there's something that's unconstitutional about the enabling statute. And I believe our statute's been tested, even with a case called KMSD versus Ada County, which we were a party of. So in that case, was the number 2004, and it found that ACHD can exact improvements, a roadway, Bird Street over by the, off of Overland over by the New Humane Society, as well as charge impact fees. So, you have to be careful with proportionality. I promise you, our development services staff, they make my job easy because, and we have good policies that we've tested and tried in terms of exacting improvements. And they do a good job with our policy to make sure that we don't go too far.
Steve, I have a question. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, if I can get to my second question though, and it relates to what Commissioner Hanson said, because it strikes me that the concern that the developer pays an impact fee, and we use that money to do something 10 miles away. Well, the reality is the impact fee money all goes into one pot. Being that dollars are fungible, you can't say that developer's impact fees were used 10 miles away. We're using impact fees generally in different places to fund improvements to the extent that growth demands it. Isn't that what the statute requires?
And that's what the statute allows. And one of the components in calculating the fees is really system use. So it isn't like the people who live in a subdivision or a service area only use those roads. They migrate all over the county.
Okay. And here's kind of my second question. This is kind of where some of this is leading. I was thinking to myself that, okay, is there a possibility to distinguish direct or primary effects from a particular development versus, or from development in general as a framework for using impact fees, and considering indirect or secondary effects of a development? And it sounds like that the statute pretty much says no. The statute is pretty much saying you've got to use those funds only for really the direct effects of development. So for example, if we have impact fees, we've got a stretch of bikeway or pedestrian corridor that we'd like to improve, even if it's in the capital improvement plan, it sounds like under the current framework, we can't really do that, because unless we can show that developments are putting substantially more numbers of pedestrians or bicyclists in these facilities, that would be the only way we could show it, wouldn't it be?
Mr. President, Commissioner McKinney, well, I think we have a fair amount of latitude in that. Well, one is you've identified one of the most frustrating parts of the impact fee program is because it is constrained. But let me give you an example. You've got Black Hat 2 lanes, and it's existing, and it doesn't have sidewalks. And we have it identified in our CIP to go 4 lanes or 3, it doesn't matter. But we also showed that there's an enormous amount. There's a school and there's new subdivisions that are going in the area. Then obviously the impact fee, we can't be using it for the 2 lanes that are existing. Those are called existing deficiencies. You could also argue that there's existing deficiencies because there's no sidewalk, but that's there. But we can use impact fees. And by the way, the impact fee statute is pretty broad in terms of roadway. And within the definition of road includes pedestrian facilities. So I believe we have the authority to use impact fees for those facilities. The one thing you don't want to do, let me just give you a little bit of Scrivener advice. You don't want to go into a statute and get more specific, because sometimes that creates new limitations. Right now, the statute in many places is broad, that gives us a little bit more authority.
So I just want to add to Commissioner King's point, though, you're not talking about, it's in his pot, right? Money, that sort of thing. But that is definitely the case, but for example, like Garden City, where they've got all this development that's coming in, as our ordinance is described, they're not widening their roads, they're not doing a lot of those other traditional types of things that is impact eligible as our ordinance is written. So even though all of this development is happening and they're being charged this impact fee, they aren't physically seeing that revenue coming back to Garden City. That might be, you could probably make a case for, other parts of Meridian or some parts of Boise that, people are coming from Star to come here, sure, but these are folks that live here and work here, or working and going to Boise, so they're utilizing this network that is continuing to not be invested in or is able to tap into those funds because the things that they want and need aren't eligible because they don't want wider roads, if that makes sense.
Right, well, what you're saying is that the challenge is that in a built-out urban area like Garden City or Boise or what have you, the improvements that are needed fall in that category of existing deficiencies. They don't fall to the category.
I would, yeah.
As far as the statute is concerned, they do.
No.
Unless we expand them.
We have to change the definition of what's an existing deficiency because we don't measure them. I think that's the important thing you said, Steve, is the reason why we can get away with saying there's this system use for the big, the 1,000 new residential units in downtown Boise to pay for the rest of the expansion of the arterial system out in the county is because the whole system gets used. But if you say, well, what's happening is it's creating a huge demand on other uses, that it wasn't a deficiency before all those people moved in. There is now. They're putting a demand, but we don't measure those. That's not level of service at the peak hour. That's not the kind of pieces of our ordinance that say this is how we're going to measure, what we can spend the money on. And so there's this whole range of things. And what I'm hearing from Steve is the statute actually is broad enough to say, if we measure them, we can justify that there is a rough proportionality between the development and what we're going to spend them on. Because if those developments didn't get in, the demand for that kind of infrastructure wouldn't be there. But if we don't measure them, then what we'll end up doing is only building out those things we measure. And once we reach the county line, we can't justify collecting the fees. So we need other things to measure. We also, at one point, I think 15 years ago, we actually did have service areas, more than one service area in the county. And that made it complicated, right? Because you had to connect the way you were spending it within that service area. The way I read the statute, the service area, so if you have 2 service areas in Ada County, you have to basically make a connection, rough proportionality between how you're spending it in this service area to what the development is in this one, regardless of what the needs are for things in the other service area. So then you have 2 different fee structures, right?
In different service areas.
In 2 different service areas, because the connection has to be within the service area. And that was like, whoa, a developer can come over here and their fee might be a little less than it is over here because there's more things that qualify over here. So what I'm seeing is that there's actually more flexibility in the statute to go in and connect those things, as Commissioner Pickering has pointed out, to the actual development that is happening.
Folks, let's make a note of that. But today's meeting, we're talking about the ordinance.
I have a question.
If it's about the statute, let's make a note.
It is about the statute, okay?
Well, can we hold on it? Because we'll be here all day.
It's one question. So one thing that I've heard from developers is they're like, yes, take our impact fee, but So we're we have some heartburn over the fact that you collect this and then perhaps like an entire sidewalk network isn't built at the same time, even though there's multiple property owners or what have you. And so we don't have a mechanism to kind of hold that money and wait until all of those, this block of property has been developed to then put in one seamless, widening of road or sidewalk, that type of thing. So is that a state statute thing that we can't do that, or is that an ACHD ordinance thing that we only take it one piece at a time?
It's an ordinance issue, and Gary will address it.
Okay, thank you.
Now we have Gary.
Thank you, commissioners. Proceed. So we went through why we're here. Steve discussed the Constitution. So a couple of the items out of the statute. Some of this is a little bit of repeat of what Steve said, but capital improvements mean public facilities with a useful life of 10 years or more. For us, obviously, it's the roads. And then again, that proportionate share. So the capital improvement must increase the service capacity of the public facility, and our fee must be proportional and reasonably relate to the demands of the development. Service unit, we have to be able to come up with a standardized measure of consumption, use, and generation. It gets back to what Commissioner Hanson was saying. We have to be able to measure it. Not only have to be able to measure it, we have to be able to determine and project what the demand will be from the new development for that measured unit. So that's where it becomes a little difficult for other types of facilities. And then system improvement costs are those costs related to constructing that improvement. I just list that because then the statute goes on to clarify what system improvement costs do not include. And they specifically do not include repair, operation, or maintenance of existing or new capital improvements. They do not include upgrading, updating, expanding, or replacing existing capital improvements to serve existing development in order to meet stricter safety, efficiency, environmental, or regulatory standards. So a road that's been there for 60 years without sidewalks, we can't use an impact fee to put a sidewalk on it because we now say that's the new standard, or any other type of upgrade. More from the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act. Again, the fee must be calculated based on the level of service for the public facility and attributable to the capacity demands generated by that development. And then finally, impact fees cannot be used for any other purpose than the system improvement cost to create that additional capacity to serve new development. So we probably had enough of the statute, as fascinating as that is. I would like to let you know that I think it's great, as long as it's related to impact fees and the capital improvements plan.
Just from my perspective, Gary, we've had more substantive discussion about impact fees for this last hour than I have in 9 years. So while it might be funny, in fact, that's what our job is. Thanks.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give you a little bit of history of how we have modified the impact fee program over years through our periodic updates. Those changes, address market conditions, economic conditions, political conditions at the time. I believe one of the commissioners stated that we didn't want to make the fee too high and suppress economic development and such. And so we've been cognizant of that over time. And then also that ratio of the use of impact fee funds to general funds to pay for the CIP project costs. That's varied through the years in one direction or the other, depending on those other conditions based on direction from the commission. In about 2003, we created that general fund loan program to the impact fee program. That was specifically done to address tax credit issues. Before that, We used to zero the fund balance out at the beginning of the new year and start from scratch if we'd spent more in impact fee costs than we had in impact fee revenue. What that created was a tax credit liability because we were now using impact fees and taxes to pay for the same improvements. And so all impact fee payers were due a tax credit because they were paying their impact fee and their taxes, which we were using the funds for both. So by creating that, we fixed that issue. And also early in the 2000s, we really front-loaded a lot of projects in the CIP and the Integrated 5-Year Work Plan, so that we were building more projects than we could afford by the fees that we were collecting. So that loan from the general fund to the impact fee program started to grow. When we're in 2011, we're working on an update, and we projected that loan balance is going to grow to $64 million by 2016, and projected to go to $140 million in the next 20 years if we left it unchanged. So the commission directed us at that time to look at changes to reduce that growing loan. Some of the solutions that were considered, as always, you can just delay the projects until you have enough money in the account. That wasn't the direction that the commission wanted to go at that time. We needed system improvements to be made. We could raise the impact fee rates. That wasn't supported by the economy at that time. We were still climbing out of the recession. So we looked at ways to reduce the impact fee eligible project costs. And what that means is we made less items eligible to be paid for out of impact fees, more items had to be paid for out of the general fund. The two with the asterisks are what we wound up landing on. We revised the eligible components of the projects, and we reset that existing deficiency list. Just those two measures started to help reduce that general fund loan to the impact fee program. By the time we got to our interim update in 2018, the economy was going strong. Everyone wanted the impact fees and the developments to pay more of those costs, not the general fund. So we were directed to look at ways to shift that burden. So in that interim update in 18, we added the mid-mile intersections, those collector intersections generally at the half mile along an arterial roadway. Those made those impact fee eligible. And we removed the future property tax credit that was out in the old section 7307. Prior to that, for the 16 years prior, we were allocating 10% of the impact fee eligible costs were paid out of property taxes right off the top. And we removed that entirely in 2018. In the 2020 update, you may recall at the budget motion in 2019, we were directed to amend the ordinance to include all impact fee eligible facilities that were authorized under the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act. So we looked at some additional modifications to that eligibility again. All signalized pedestrian crossings along the arterials in the CIP are impact fee eligible, whether they're new or rebuilding existing ones. We expanded the eligibility of bridges. We'd always paid for the new lanes out of impact fees. Now we added, if the only reason we're replacing a bridge is because it has to be widened and it has to be rebuilt to be widened, it's 100% eligible. Some of our bridges have a much longer life than the roadways, obviously, but as standards change over time, felt that was a good way to go, because some bridges we can't widen the way they exist today. They have to be raised or built to a different standard.
Gary, was there a particular bridge that prompted that update, or was that a general
observation?
There was a series of bridges that prompted that update along Linder Road, the river crossings. They are built too low. For us to widen them, we have to raise them. And it was, we would have to rebuild them to do that economically. It would cost too much to try and raise the existing bridge and widen it at the same time. We could build a new one cheaper.
But the first beneficiary of that was probably the Gowan Bridge, huh?
Unfortunately, Gowan wasn't in the CIP.
It wasn't in the CIP, okay.
And then the last bullet, what that means is that if we begin to spend impact fees on a project and in an update, it would be deemed an existing deficiency, it's still eligible because we started the project. And that was done because we update the CIP and impact fee ordinance a minimum of every 4 years. Sometimes we would start a project and then we'd do an update. That road segment would now be an existing deficiency. We couldn't finish it with impact fees. We made that change in 2020. Now we're back to where we started. A major goal for me for this work session was to find out what your objectives and goals were for this effort. And at the next work session, we would come back and discuss those. And as Commissioner Goldberg said, we would discuss what is feasible and possible to do between now and June 1st under the existing Idaho Development Impact Fee Act.
Well, I'll begin by saying, as you've heard this from Gary, you can see that in the last few years, we've actually been doing some things to move this forward. My general 100,000 foot goal is to not have to get to the end of a fiscal year with $8 million of impact fees unspent without having to widen every road in Ada County to 5 lanes. So just to continue the way that we're going right now, to add to the list of projects that we can spend the impact fee money on without violating the statute. And that's probably where Gary, you and Steve are probably gonna have to put some heads together.
If I could add a comment to Commissioner Goldthorpe on that. With the changes that we've made in the last couple of updates and that shift from the general fund paying the cost to impact fees paying the cost, in our 2018 and 20 updates was the first time that we weren't limited by our general fund revenue in the impact fee program. The CIP was fully funded with money left in the general fund for many, many other uses. Prior to that, we were essentially saying to pay for it, we'd have to allocate every general fund dollar in the capital program to CIP projects. That's not the case now. There's more revenue in the general fund, and we're also collecting more impact fees. We limited the 2020 update basically to what we felt we would reasonably collect in impact fees, not what we'd have available in the general fund.
So then possibly one of the things we need a little more research on is exactly what we can do in whatever part of the county without overstepping the bounds of existing deficiency definition currently.
You know, if I may, one of the, the concern about having, several $1 million in impact fees left over that we haven't been able to use, I think we have to honestly acknowledge that part of the reason for that is that, for example, we just recently took $5 million from the general fund that was used for capital improvement programs, put it over into community programs, whereas if it had stayed to do roadways and intersections, those would be projects for which a large share would be impact fee eligible.
Under today's ordinance, and that's what we want to change, to make it so we don't have to continue to do that on a grand scale.
Sure, but I think we ought to continue doing that, generally speaking, because we've got hundreds and hundreds of miles of these two-lane roads that are deficient, that need to be widened. And yet we're pulling money away from that, when we could keep more of it there and use impact fees, get more mileage every year. 2 or 3 additional of these widening projects every year would be a great benefit, and those relate directly to the development because the county's growing so rapidly.
But we also have hundreds and hundreds of miles of 3 and 4 lane roads with huge existing deficiencies in terms of pedestrian facilities. And that's causing a lot of the congestion that makes folks say, well, just put in 5 lanes. And so that's why I think we need to figure out ways to spend that a little.
You think the deficiency of pedestrian facilities is causing vehicle congestion?
Sure.
I don't see
Absolutely.
How's
because, for instance, where we just allowed for hopefully the development agreement today, there are 3 developments right there that the mothers would be absolute criminals to allow their kids to walk to school unless that deficiency is cured. And we can't cure it with impact fees currently. And if we could, and those kids were walking and riding their bikes to school, mom would be at home or at work, but she wouldn't have to drive those kids to school, and we wouldn't be seeing the congestion going to those schools, and that's all over the county.
Isn't it like 30% of some like traffic during those hours?
In the AM hours.
In the AM hours attributed to morning school and drop off? Like that's just one example of like how lack of those facilities adds to that.
Yeah.
I think Commissioner Goldthorpe, I think you just hit on something to get at clarifying what existing deficiency, because we sort of fall back this notion that if you add something, then that's not an existing deficiency. But we now have a measurement that tells us if this is going to be safe or not safe for someone to let their kids to walk to school. We now have a level of traffic stress. And
so let's use that
exactly.
To the extent that we
if
can.
Before the development, it's like they were fine walking to school with what they had. But now with these new developments, the level of traffic stress is going to be higher. And so logically, they're not going to want their kids to walk to school. It would be dangerous. But so that's not an existing deficiency. It's created by the new development, by the increased traffic in this area that makes it unsafe. So let's incorporate
the ordinance without having to go to the state.
Exactly.
Yes.
We have to take apart the drywall in front of this existing deficiencies and use the tools that we have and tools that we can develop in the ordinance and justify so that there is a clear nexus. And when development comes in,
I think it's really overly simplifying the whole process, problem, and solution.
Right.
By, utilizing just expand the roads and, the way we may have done at times in the past, but which under the current composition of the commission, we don't really have the appetite to continue to do that.
it's because we only have so many arterial roads. Once we've built them all out,
exactly.
We're going to stop collecting fees.
I talk to the folks in my district all the time. I said, you want your kids to be able to ride their bikes like you did as a kid, walk to school like you did as a kid, go to the Dairy Queen, get an ice cream cone like you did as a kid without having to pile the whole family in the car and go? Or would you rather that we build 5 lanes on Linder tomorrow? And they're all just saying, look, we moved into the country for a reason. And I know what that reason is. I went there too, with families. And now it's not safe to raise a family out where I moved. I used to take my Boy Scout troop on 25-mile bike hikes. Anymore, that should be considered a crime because of how dangerous it is.
Okay, let me ask though one additional question. It seems to me as we were going through the definitions of existing deficiencies versus new facilities, if you've got a roadway with no sidewalk nearby it, why couldn't the sidewalk itself be considered a new facility?
That's where we're trying
Yeah.
to take this.
Okay.
It should.
So, but at the same time, and I have to disagree a little bit, I understand that there's a lot of traffic around schools, but I really doubt that that is the primary driver of traffic increase from development. It's commuters. Commuters are the biggest share and always will be. Now, the reality is, that's pushed by the way the county is being developed, with all these spread out suburban neighborhoods and strip malls here and there and so on. And the reality is, we can't change that, unfortunately. We don't have any say in how the development proceeds. But we've still got these roads that, even if we had all the sidewalks in place, so that all of the kids could get to school, the development is still overpowering, overburdening the network as it exists. And frankly, we've gotta build out these roads to meet the demand of the increasing development, increasing residential
If we had all
development.
those gaps filled, the sidewalks were in place, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We'd be having somewhat different conversation.
Well, it's a,
I have a different question altogether. Gary, can you, and feel free to share this after this session too, but I'm really curious how the conversations around adequate public facilities ordinance, either the impact fees, were impact fees ever part of that conversation, or vice versa, and that sort of thing?
No, that'll take us down a rabbit hole.
That's why I'm like, maybe we talk about the next part, but I really wanna know.
That's another work session.
The
to go back with that
connection,
history
and like how that all worked out.
But it's very interesting
It's related.
discussion.
Yeah.
So I want to just add on what Commissioner Goldberg said, is add the list of things, get that ordinance. If you look at what we've defined, we define level of service E and peak hour, but we don't talk about any other trips. The other is that we don't distinguish, and Compass does, that trip generation will vary depending on where the development is occurring. So some areas, yeah, you're gonna generate more car trips and a certain number of pedestrian and bicycle trips. And distances is gonna vary if you develop over here. But if it's this type of development over here, in fact, areas we wanna incentivize, and some cities are saying we really wanna incentivize development here, those trips are different. The trip generation is gonna be different, both the type of trips and the distance for those trips. And it's not just commuting trips, it's trips to the store, trips to the school. So when they talk about trip generation, they're incorporating all those. We sort of have this countywide, and we sort of wash it out over the whole county. And I think that's fiscally irresponsible for us, because what we're telling developer of one that has a much more efficient trip generation, that it doesn't matter, we're gonna merge it all in with the other trip generation. We have to have trip generation in our ordinance that recognizes it. I can't see how we can do that without at least going to service areas that are smaller. And so my request is that we go back and just ask the city, if you were one service area, what would you want this ordinance to look like? And in fact, we're a unique creature. We have ordinance authority, taxing authority, and we supersede the cities for all their transportation. If we didn't exist, the city of Eagle, the city of Meridian, city of Boise would have this authority that the statute gives us to impose impact fees for transportation. And they could not spend, Eagle could not spend their money in Meridian and Kuna or out in the rural parts of the county. They'd have to spend it within their city limits or area of impact. And so I think it's real important, because those cities they have impact fee authority. They struggle with the exact same thing. The statutory language on what are existing deficiencies, what's the link between the development. They have to deal with those things. So I would say, before we have dive deeper, is go to our partners. Ultimately, when we bump against the edge and we realize we do need to change some things in the statute, we have promised them we're gonna do it together. We're gonna go to the legislature together and ask for this language together.
Did we make that promise?
We did, I believe so. we're gonna work together so that we're not surprising them with what
Well,
we.
and that's all well and
Yeah,
good and nice.
but I'd like us
but
to
it's
go to
our
this-
impact fee ordinance, not theirs.
Right, oh, no, but I want their input because they have an impact fee ordinance
So
and
what
they
we-
struggle
what we
with the
should
same
do
things.
Is we should ask
Write to
them
them.
for their input without coaching them at all. We should send them
I don't think we need to
our
coach.
goals and objectives that we have discussed. And what would you like to see along with these or instead of these? Without any coaching.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean coaching. I think that the issues that I hear from is that, you know, they're frustrated that our capital improvements plan doesn't have more capital improvements within their city jurisdictions. And I realize,
Well, then that's something that they should address within that letter. Please expand your CIP.
right,
I think we can send a letter, and I think this could be done at a staff level, correct?
Yes.
Get their input back.
well,
to us.
I'd like us to,
And then-
I'd like us to write the letter to the city.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can write a letter, and then the engagement can take place on the staff level, and we get their input, and,
Look at all the people taking notes.
yeah.
Yeah, because I think we
that
would learn a lot.
simplifies us, it gets us their input, and I think there's no downside to getting input from our partner agencies, so.
Participate, yep.
Yeah.
I just want to add though to Commissioner Hampton's point, like, you know, we're coming into a new time, and I really just overall, Gary, want to see the flexibility and ability to have nuanced. There's so many nuances within each of our cities and their goals, and I'm thinking specifically about, like, again, sorry to keep repeating myself, but like Garden City, for example, they don't have the luxury of just having tons of parking lots, and so they're trying to think, or the city, it's Boise, trying to think, what do parking minimums do to serve us when there's an affordable housing crisis, or when there's mass transit that's connection next, you know, real close, where people can walk or bike to where they need to go. So I think leaning in on the measures and the systems that we've built to track other modes of transportation is going to be critical, especially as our cities become more dense. And the less reliance on parking and those vehicle trips becomes less of a thing, especially in our.
The good news about all that is, and this has been beginning for a number of years, and I've observed it really closely since I've been on the commission, is that with that urbanization has come less of a demand for some things, because and it's become more important to us to support mass transit, for instance, the bus line. It's been more important for us to help people walk and bike. Whereas if we had had this conversation 10 years ago, we'd be laughing at each other because there were still so many greenfield projects and nothing in between compared to today. And what we have on the, you know, coming on in the future from the plats that we've already approved is, you know, twice the density that we have right now as soon as it appears. And so, which is another reason why we need to have a little more flexibility with the impact fees. Because we're getting built out in some areas, which means 5 lanes stays 5 lanes. That's it. And we have to get a little more creative, and we need help from the impact fees to do that.
So I would propose that we work on a letter that comes from the commission, and we get the ball rolling that way and get that started. And then to Commissioner Hansen's point about informing our partner agencies, I think that came from that land use bill that we had the big meeting over, and Commissioner Beck, and I think the city of Boise, they all did request that if we're gonna do something like that, just kind of keep them.
Not that we will.
Yeah, not that we're asking permission.
Oh,
They
yeah,
just
no,
kind
no,
of
no,
wanted
no,
to
no,
know.
no.
So I think that's what Jim is
The
saying.
more we can work
So,
together, we
yeah.
can form a
As you
united
probably
front.
understood and realized, and were almost as shocked as I was, that particular bill and what happened with that and what hasn't happened with that, which was their fears being realized, that was a good thing, because now they are much more interested in working with us and we with them. And we haven't stopped all over their feet in the process.
Well, I think so, and I think the big downfall there was that maybe we didn't have that dialogue sooner rather than later.
Well,
I don't know,
They
but,
didn't trust us and.
right, so maybe we move beyond that and we can, you know, learn from that and make
I
the
think
most
we
of
have
this
with
next
what we've
opportunity.
experienced with
Yeah.
the urban renewal district meetings that we've had.
Yeah.
I mean, Kuna was thrilled, Meridian was
Yeah.
shocked. I mean, they came with their attorneys and I told Ashley, I said, so Ashley, did anything different happen than what I told you was gonna happen? Well, no.
So I think we're really making some progress and
Let
doing
me-
some good things, so.
If I can, it seems to me, and this is what I think I would like to see would be helpful for the commission, is to have a list of alternatives, of options for specific changes to our ordinance that could be done right now under the current state statute. And let's bat those all around. Let's discuss them, whether we want them, because that's really the next step, wouldn't it be?
That's what we talked about yesterday.
And that's a
Good.
commission discussion.
Yeah.
Right.
Our letter to the cities it's gonna say something
Right,
else
no,
to
that's
get their
right.
feedback.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
just
I
a-
agree.
that's just to
I
get
agree.
their
I'd like to see
input.
From
Yeah.
our legal team,
Uh-huh.
a list of, here are some things that can be done.
Yeah.
And then we discuss them and
Yeah.
decide which ones we like, which ones we don't like, and we consider the pros and cons, with the pros and
Yeah.
cons of each.
That's a good place to start
Yeah.
out.
That's really good, you
Yeah.
know why? Because one of our last iterations of this was we said, hey, we don't want any limitations. We want to be able to do everything the statute allows.
Right.
And so now, what you just asked is for some specifics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a
So-
good place. I think Steve's gonna say
Yeah,
something.
I'll be happy to draft the first letter and send it to you guys, and maybe we can decide by next week, but there's sort of two areas. The types of things, add to the list of things, but we have to be also open to, because the statute allows multiple service areas, and that's more complicated because we did have that, and that was originally set up, so we had more than one service area. I think.
It didn't work very well.
Well, I think we need to find out what worked and what didn't, because the only reason we have one service area, because we're countywide. If we were the city of Meridian's transportation program, we can only function within the city of Meridian. So that's why I think it's important that we have both the what and the where, and to see how that would work. And the statute makes it clear you have to keep them these separate process, so you have a CIP and an account for the fees that you collect in one service area.
I would suggest that because we're doing our thing and we're also sending a letter to our partners, that for the next few months, on the agenda, every time we have a joint meeting, that's part of it, until we're done.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then, and I know Steve and Gary and everyone, whenever I say, like on the Cartwright and Warm Springs, how would we have been able to cover these with impact fees? They're thinking, oh, let's see how we can tweak the definition and still be constitutionally balanced between burdening.
Okay, now,
taxpayers
since we've
and burdening
got some
property.
goals, since we've made some assignments, can I suggest that we end this work session and go on to the next one?
Yes.
Okay,
And so you're gonna do a
I'll do the
draft?
first draft
Okay.
and email it to you guys.
done.
We can just send like
Thank
stuff
you,
in the
Gary.
snow.
Mr. Goldthorpe, is my plan to come back to you on the
Right.
27th,
Get that
Yes.
going.
continue this discussion.
Winter's coming.
Thank you. This was the most substantive
We'll be
conversation.
back on the 27th, folks, so there's actually been assignments and a timeline.
Yeah.
So we'll go with Mrs. Insulin. Christie, you're up next.
Christie.
Do we get a bargain, like 2 for the price of 1?
No.
But you are a bargain.
I'm a bargain, but two for the price of one, I don't know about that. He is a good bargain.
He is. I think of Gary as Christie's husband.
This is just the same handout that you received last week. And then we received, this is a copy of, did I give you one or two? I give you 2 of those.
Did you tag the 2 guys who were, the 2 people from Warm
Did I
Springs?
tag-
Did you grab them before they left?
I did not grab them, but we're aware of their requests.
Okay, I'll send them your copy.
They had a presentation, they did drop it off.
I just wanted to chat with you.
Okay.
So this, is this identical to this?
Nope, This is, oh yeah, from last week.
From last,
Yes.
or 2 weeks ago, yeah.
Yep, just wanted to get that handout out again.
I got notes
And
all over
then,
this.
we received, you probably have your own email, Commissioner
I do.
McKinney, but yeah. So we did receive an email from Commissioner McKinney, late yesterday, with some additional questions or concerns. And I'll come over here so you can hear me a little better. So I do not have a presentation for you guys today, similar to the first several work sessions. So we gave a presentation last time we met, went over staff's analysis of the commission requests, and commission had asked to have this work session so you guys had time to review staff's analysis and come back so that we can get final, great, wonderful direction from our commission so we can move forward with finalizing this process this year.
Okay, well, I don't, I'll start this today. I don't have anything that I'd like to add to my list or even so much clarify about my list because I know what's going on. I do have a question, and nobody here might be, well, yeah, there might be someone here who can answer it. In driving to my new home that I haven't moved into yet, I noticed that we're doing some kind of a traffic study on Valley. Is that related to anything that might come of these? Okay, don't worry.
I know we're doing we did a Southwest Boise mobility study recently.
Well, I just
There was
noticed
not
that
one that I was aware of
the
specific.
cables went out this week.
Some accounts then.
Yeah, okay. Well, I am going to suggest one thing, and that is that after we have whatever discussion items are coming from the rest of the commission, that we agree to go through the scoping process, and then not the first meeting of next year because we have other things on that agenda already, but one of the first meetings next year that we that staff have the scoping ready for us, and that we be able to digest it and then come back with some ideas then of what the design phase is going to take. We are going to be talking about the next iteration of the community programs, $5 million, as Steve mentioned earlier, or the director mentioned earlier today. And we're going to be able to, in a much more intelligent and knowledgeable perspective, see how that $10 million is going to be spent ultimately over the next couple of 3 years, including fiscal year 22, 23, 24, and 25, because of the constraints in the design and construction phases. But we will be able to know in January, have a much clearer vision of when and where this is going. Is that clear, or muddy as all get out?
It's better.
I think that'll save some ulcers and worries about what's happening with money and time.
Let me, if I could weigh in here and kind of summarize this message that I sent to Christie yesterday afternoon. Just basically to summarize, I've identified a group of projects, but basically my intention, my desire with respect to potential projects in District 5, it seems to me that the best use of these funds, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, the best use of these additional funds is to scope out new possible projects. But that's like the kind of, this is where this money could best be spent. Is that a fair assessment, or am I wrong on that?
No, you hit that nail right on the head.
Well, Christie, what do you think?
I try not to this late on the process.
Okay, well,
Just kidding. In essence, that's what the scoping efforts are for, is we go out and we scope these projects to determine their feasibility, how much they're gonna cost. That is also tied directly to, requests by the commission or our partner agencies. So, that is their purpose.
Okay.
Is to move them up into the program, once they're looked at. Yes.
So I've identified 4 potential projects from City of Meridian's priority list. I've identified
one from the West Davis School District, but there's a whole group of them that are near the top of their priority list that say, ACHD traffic is reviewing requests to recommend next steps. There's probably 6 or 8 of those in their top 20 requests. So my question is, has traffic already looked at them to see if they're,
That's likely.
something we could look at? And so if they are, I'd just like to go down that priority list and take the next ones in order that look like they should be considered and consider them. That's kind of the next stop. And then Boise City, there's not a whole lot of Boise in my district. And so, I have a couple questions on that. But basically, I'm trying to identify, really the top priorities from these agency partners. And so whether they're the ones that I've identified specifically or there are other ones that are closer to the top of the list, and do it in a way that has the least negative impact on things that are already in the pipeline and already moving forward. That, I think, is the most rational way to take some additional funds. So I've asked Christy specifically, and or whomever on staff looks at these things, to make some recommendations. And that's where that's the direction I'd like to go. And that's why I'm not ready to say, yeah, let's do these yet. I'm saying, okay, here are the things, give me some input, and then I'll have a group of projects that can fit the bill.
Mr. President, Commissioner McKinney, and I think some of the things that you identified in your email and questions that you have are some really great questions to move forward with our next iteration of the integrated 5-year work plan and to work through that process with you guys. This particular iteration, adding new projects in, so identifying new projects to be scoped, that is wonderful, that's great, and we can work through all of those. The purpose of today's discussion was we're trying to move forward with our current integrated 5-year work plan and to get that back out for public comment and get it to adoption. But we can certainly work through your request and address your concerns and update you on your questions for sure.
Okay, yeah, so I was just trying to come back on the community programs thing, because I know I'm the tardy one on that.
Christy, I had a question.
Yes.
On the Boise, the two-way conversion on 5th and 6th, they had identified 2 projects, and we kicked back the one down there on Franklin by Boise High. So have they come back to us with their, because that was kind of the handshake?
Mr. President.
Over here.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you. We just had a staff-to-staff level conversation with the city of Boise, just this week, discussing the 5th and 6th Street conversion. It's a little complicated. I think it does certainly reflect on this list, but what's gonna happen is CCDC is gonna come forward with a presentation to the commission specifically on that project. There's going to be, we believe, a large partnership with CCDC on this project. So it may not have the same impact that Boise was thinking. So we're working that out, and we'll continue to work that out through the integrated 5-year work plan.
Keep us in the loop.
Yeah, you're going to see CCDC in the next probably before Christmas.
By about 350%, their proposed partnership.
Yeah, well, CCDC has a large portion of this that falls within their district. There's a portion that falls outside the district, which is the potential that they would request from ACHD, but they're going to come forward on all that. And there's going to have to be some re-engaged public involvement and other things associated with that. So, so we're full speed ahead.
Okay.
Full speed ahead.
We have kept the mayor and of course Commissioner Wolf great on these very new iterations.
Okay, yeah.
Last briefing was yesterday.
Yeah, and if you could just keep me in the loop on that too, so thank you.
I just wanted to get so last meeting, I was like, I like everything except we just want to make sure that we've kind of refined the scope of what those stays and feasibility study would be. So I just wanted to let the commission know that the director and Justin gracefully made time for me and some Garden City residents last night to just kind of hone in on what this vision is and what they're looking for and what the issues are that we're hoping to address. So I'm feeling very confident that we understand what their needs are and they'll be addressed in this scoping, although so we're going to retool it as we move forward, but I'm excited with how my district portion is on the integrated 5-year work plan as presented today.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
So I just, if there's a way in which we could describe it, because I know we're going up against, I'm eager to get input from when the map goes live and the options go live. We originally were shooting for October 5th. Public input period's gonna be
It will be November 1st through the 15th.
1st to the 15th.
That is depending on the outcome of today's meeting.
Okay, so I think so that in the way in which we describe what we're soliciting limits or expands what we get back. So if they don't see something they're familiar with, here's the example is the one we had today. Actually, no, that's not a good example because it's now on there. We would say, we're gonna scope issues on Warm Springs, in the old portion of Warm Springs, between Martin and Old Penitentiary, or between Windsong and Broadway. And that's what we're gonna look towards. I mean, there's already some smaller projects in there. But the way in which we describe Rose Hill, and I appreciate that it's in there in the description, we're gonna continue to study the corridor as well as the intersection, and not presuppose we're definitely gonna build a mini roundabout by calling it potential mini roundabout at Rose Hill and Hawaii, because I think that will define what our input will be. And they'll say, oh, well, my concern actually is a block away or 2 blocks away as it affects it. So I just wanted to make sure that the way in which we describe really do encourage people to provide their input that reflects on it as a corridor and not just a one-off project. I see scoping not as to scope projects, but to scope issues. So we're sort of focusing in what are the issues in this area, and not presuppose this particular project's going to be a crosswalk, or this particular project, this particular issue is going to be resolved with a crosswalk, or this particular issue is going to be. There's a series of issues, which as we flesh it out. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, typically something like with the Warm Springs issue brought up, something like that would end up being a concept study.
Yeah. Yep.
Where we don't go and prepossessed with something, we go out to the public, we ask what the needs are of that particular corridor. Yeah, that's likely corridor or concept studies is where that gets vetted out.
And the more we can invite them to give us their input on the concerns in that area, on that corridor. And the other is, one I want to sort of lift up is the interlinking projects we have in Columbia Village, because it's really a system issue. There are individual problems, there's clearly places where they're not ADA accessible. There's a really bad link to the pathway that the HOA maintains, but then it's on a public right of way. Anyway, there's a lot of little specific things, but I think we need to view it as these 2 big collectors that go through the neighborhood, part of which we've slated for bike lanes and some of which we've slated for federal maintenance. But to look at it systemically, we're going to try and address the issues that the neighborhood has. And obviously, it's a big neighborhood, and we're not going to get them done, but we'll scope it out and we'll phase it in, much like we want to phase in other areas. And so I want them to be able to see, this is how I can provide my input here. Does that make sense?
Mr. President, Commissioners, we're hearing you, we're listening. I do want to clarify, scoping is not a public involvement effort. So that is a staff level technical effort where we do our best to identify the problems and potentially define some solutions. Now, are the solutions that we come up with in that arena always going to be exactly what the neighborhood wants or what the commission expects? I doubt it. Most of the time we're pretty good. Sometimes we might miss something. That's why we're going to bring it back to you for that back and forth, for that discussion, so we can define that. If there's an expectation of broader public involvement and engagement with a neighborhood specifically on a project, that takes time and money and an effort to go out and actually do that. Typically, we're not getting that level of specificity through the integrated 5-year work plan. Remember, the integrated 5-year work plan is a document that covers the entire county and has hundreds and hundreds of projects in it. We do get some feedback through the document. Some of the neighborhood associations take a little bit more time and provide that feedback. But even today, to be completely frank, what we heard from the East End neighborhood, there was little specificity. They raised issues. They didn't really provide any clear request. It was, we're seeing this problem, we want a lot of different things. So to get to that level of specificity where you can actually design something and build something, we're not close to that. Scoping's a beginning. We have to go on to the next steps, maybe a concept design, maybe some sort of engineering design, and then we're able to actually go out and build a project with using public funds to affect the infrastructure. So I just want to make that clear that I want to have clear expectations on the staff level of what were the steps in the process that we're going to take to get to the solutions that you're asking.
Well, I think
I was asking small things.
Yeah, well, I think that's important to distinguish because while the neighbors might come up with saying, I'd like this bulb out or I'd like this crosswalk, they're not experts on the facilities, but they are absolutely experts on what works and what doesn't in that neighborhood, why they feel unsafe, why they're concerned about speeding. So that's their expertise that I want to be able to elicit as we're thinking about, project ideas that might address those. And that's why, they invite us to go walking, and I get invited all the time to go walking, and now Kent's gonna go walking with me down Warm Springs. And Mary, better notice up that meeting. But that's our job. That's our job, is to listen and make sure that those concerns, so that when they ultimately see something that's sort of scoped out and detailed out, they can see, the concerns I have about this and have been heard. My government's responsive to me because they've been heard. And I think that's so important. And that's why I think when I'm encouraging them to look at this, that they see something in there that say, I've been heard, or I have a way in which I can be heard.
And I think what I heard, and they took that first big step, they came here, they want us to walk the neighborhood so that we can kind of validate their concerns and give some input, but I heard them say that they wanted to have the speed study, the safety study, so I know they want that, and obviously they've been told that we need to have some sort of metrics out there, and then to re-engage with the roundabout. They said they had talked previously with Gary, and maybe it was time to re-engage with it was a penitentiary road, the roundabout. So I heard those two things from them. So I had a question about 8th and 9th. So I know that's on here. You guys are going to be looking at that. On 8th Street, I continue to get a lot of calls and concerns about the speed. It really is kind of a speedway going down there. But just driving down there, the paint is just all but rubbed off and non-existent. So I don't know if that would be right now an economical way of calling attention to, hey, you need to slow down, here's a speed bump. If we could go in and maybe do a fresh little bit of paint here and there.
Commissioner, what section of 8th Street?
On 8th Street, just as you come down past the co-op and you start.
Okay, so yeah, got it. Past the co-op, that area of 8th Street.
Because there are speed bumps. I mean, they're not real obvious until you hit one of them. But the concern there, and I know when we redid them over on Edgewood, there were a few over there that we had some fresh paint applied. It made a bit of a difference. So if we're going to push that out a little bit, I don't know if we have some ability to just go in there and add some fresh, bright paint to those speed bumps, if that would help a little bit in the interim while we're planning what we're going to do.
I'm looking to Gary because that's his team, so that's why I'm looking that direction.
Commissioners, I can see if there's anything we can do. I know that we're about out of paint for the year, so I don't know if we can actually paint them this year, but we can put them on the list of this areas we're already out.
If we could, because there's just so many kids, and cars do go flying down there because they go up into the hills, and then they're coming in from down in Boise. They're in a hurry, and with all the parking on the side, they're not slowing down. They just hit those speed bumps and go over. And I know you've got to really look to see where the speed bumps are. So I think that would be good if we could put that on our shopping list. Yep. Okay, thanks, Gary.
So let me ask a stupid question. What exactly here right now, today?
Well, what we, I pretty much what
Get
we've
it as
done.
ready as possible for public consumption.
Today, is to give us permission to take this out for public. That's it. We have a long way to go.
The answer to that question then is yes.
Thank you, that's all.
Yeah.
Now we can order the pizza.
Maybe something different to this.
Well, I have to say that my part in this, as far as the community programs, is still only at like a 75% complete level, I feel like, and that's.
You have Christie's phone number, correct?
So, if I can kind of congeal my latest thoughts, I can be complete here, so.
So you're concerned, are you wanting us to pause so you can get that back to Christie, or what's the best way?
But yeah, I'd like some information back before I say, yeah, I'm comfortable with this.
Okay.
And so that's, I know that's.
Okay, then let's say publish this the day after you get that squared around with,
Well, Mr. President, depending on the
Yes,
action,
tweak it a
if
lot.
I get direction from commission to move forward, I still have weeks worth of work
Yeah,
to
well,
do
that's
in
okay.
order to be ready
well, I
for
was
that.
just gonna say, what's your timeline? And then I was gonna turn to Dave and say, there's your timeline.
To incorporate his, I need that today.
Move forward on 4 districts.
If you want to keep the current timeline that we have, which is out to public comment November 1st through the 15th and adoption December 15th. This is why we're having these up till this point, and that's why I would like direction today. I will certainly work with you if there's some specific items that you're wanting, but I have to be able to move forward on the rest of this process.
Then we need to say yes, and then maybe, Dave, you can stay after school for just a little bit and get that finished.
Okay, well, and if, so then.
Or very shortly after.
But then everyone else will want to see my recommendations, correct, before we publish those?
Well,
So it's kind of a matter of then circulating the
I
information.
trust you, Dave. I would say I don't need to see your recommendations because that's part of what we've been talking to each other about now for weeks is, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, and I want to make sure that Commissioner McKinney feels comfortable about that his thoughts and his suggestions are going to be part of the plan, and you're comfortable with us going, or if we need to. And I know everybody, we need to get going, but are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
We trust you.
Then at
We're a
this
team.
particular
Yeah,
time,
we're a team.
this workshop is completed and we'll take about 5 minutes and then we'll reassemble it, pre-commission.
Thanks, Christie.
Thank you.